Dobré ráno, prajem všetkým účastníkom
Good morning to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the last day of the KapaCITY project in our conference. My name is Barbara Mešova. I'm the director of the Human Rights League, a civil association which has been leading this project for 3 years, and we have been focused on integration of foreigners at local level. We have been focused on this project during the 3 years with civil society association, the Milan Šimečka Foundation, NGOs, and the Union of Towns and Municipalities of Slovakia, the capital city of Bratislava, the city of Trnava, Banská Bystrica, and the Košice Autonomous Region. I'm really pleased that we have come so far, that we have been so successful, and I hope that we will meet our expectations during the second day of our conference. This project has been funded by the EU funds from the Fund for Asylum and Migration and External Borders. We are very happy here because we had a successful day yesterday. I think there was a good atmosphere, and I hope that you can also see it even though you are at home. And so now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, a lawyer, Michala Dojčinovičová. What do you think about this conference? How are you feeling? I'm greeting you to Košice. I'm really happy because we managed to organize this conference, and I have to say that as a semi-active participant of this conference, the organization is amazing, is wonderful, and I think all the speakers who have presented their experience so far were wonderful, and I'm connected from home and I'm doing quite all right. How are you? How are you in Bratislava? We have a nice spring day. We have a nice place here, nice premises, and we are very happy that we have managed this conference in such a wonderful way so far. Can I ask you, what was the most interesting thing from this conference from yesterday? I think that the approach and the attitude and the inside of municipalities was one of the most important things, because during the last years we didn't have many opportunities to meet ourselves, to exchange our views. So that's why I was very interested in how they see the possibility of exchanging and sharing good practices. That's why I think that for the future it is very important to hear the voice of municipalities, to know what's their vision in the field of integration of foreigners, because without their vision, it's not possible to carry out our activities, and they then they are not feasible. Yes, yesterday we heard several visions for the future, several expectations. How could we set and develop our strategies in a strategic way? And I hope that we also brought some inspiration. How can we put it into practice? Do you think there was something interesting that you learned yesterday from yesterday's presentations? I think that I heard several interesting ideas which were presented yesterday in the panel concerning the responsibilities of municipality employees and officials when working with foreigners, and they presented several steps on how to work with foreigners because they have already performed several activities. I think this is the practical side of our job, so that we can know how to put it into practice. I think this was very important and fruitful. And if I may say something on my behalf, I am very happy that we managed to present the KapaCITY project, KapaCITY.sk, because it was an intensive work. It is designed for municipality officials and employees in order to train themselves and know more about the work with foreigners. But I think anyone who's interested in this topic can visit our website and get to know more about this topic. if I can promote it, I think that the guide, which was mentioned yesterday, the guide about developing local policies, it's something very interesting because it can be used for for the organization and implementation of a complex policy or a complex strategy when working with foreigners. I think that we can focus on several fields like education of children of foreigners at primary and secondary schools, or it can be the communication with the employer will hire officers, foreigners. I think this is very interesting and it can be used for the future. So we have a lot of background materials for the future. And in the third panel, we dealt with the topic of participation. I think we heard several interesting examples. Can you mention some of these?
Neviem, asi by som ti mala správne odpovedať, že
Yes,
určite
I think that your examples and your presentation was very interesting, if I'm politically correct, but I have to say that I was also impressed by many examples presented by foreign by speakers from abroad on how we can involve and engage foreigners in government and municipality public affairs. And I think that on one side, we need uh, local MPs who have a vision, who communicate with their inhabitants, regardless of their citizenship and country of origin. But on the other hand, we need also uh, foreigners who are willing to participate in government public affairs, who want to be visible and who want to get involved beyond their purpose of stay in our country. I think that in this sense, I have to say, there is certain hope that foreigners like this already live here. I had the possibility to get to know some of them during the capacity project. We found some very, very promising and good working language mediators and culture mediators, and some of them can uh, give us more insight about their work. So that shows us that we have a lot of people who want to participate in government public affairs. That's great. Okay, let's have a brief summary of our today's schedule. So in the first panel, we will talk about the communication with the public. Elena Kriglová will be the moderator of this panel, and we will talk about how difficult sometimes it may be for mayors and town administrators to talk about this topic because there might be some misunderstanding and some negative feelings from the general public. That's why we wanted to look on this specific topic during this project. So we will talk about the communication with the public, and we have also prepared some short videos from Nova Cvernovka, from these premises. So you can watch some very interesting examples from several Slovakian cities. And during the second panel, you will be the moderator of the second panel. So please tell us what is awaiting us during the second panel. So the second panel, we will talk about foreigners, about the provision of information to the foreigners. Some of the foreigners who work as cultural mediators will have his presentation. And I think without our cultural mediators, some of the presentations would not be like they are. And then we will talk about how we were active during the capacity project and its partner organizations in the field of the provision of information to foreigners. This is perhaps not the information to which foreigners are used to on how to obtain a residence permit and on how not to lose it in Slovakia, but we went further and we discussed and analyzed several laws. My colleague will talk more about it, and we will also present good practice from Slovakia. We we will hear the testimony of the representatives of Košice and Banská Bystrica, and our colleague Viera Olichova will present her activities and which are being carried out in Nitra. I'm very happy because because we will have the opportunity to present examples from Vienna and from Prague. I think these are examples of good practice from abroad. So we will have a very interesting day, which will bring more inspiration to us. So at the end, we can find out what has been already identified as recommendations so that we can create better conditions for municipalities in order to work better with foreigners and so that they can participate in municipality public affairs. So this was a brief summary of today's schedule. So Mishka, this is an exceptional situation because we are here in these premises and you are at home, and most of our participants are also online or at work, are connected from their homes. So Mishka, my question is, do you have some recommendations or some insight on how is it being connected at home? I think it was very comfortable for me. It was very easy just to listen and to follow all the presentations. I think the interface, the connection is fine. This has really, really few functions so that I should not be afraid that something will not work as regards the connection to internet. I have one question as to the interpretation. In the interpretation, I set the interpretation channel yesterday, so I had so that I could listen. It was below. There was a small icon. You can switch off for those who do not want to follow the interpretation, and there is the possibility to listen to the interpretation into English and also into Slovak. I have to say that it is a difficult task, so congrats to our interpreters. And as regards our participants, there was a question that they cannot see the setting of mics and camera on their screens. That is why the participants who are not speakers at this panel, their cameras and their mics are automatically turned off, so that there is no interference when some speaker has his or her presentation. So I just want to assure our participants that their mic or their camera, unless they are speaking, is off. So if you are disturbed or if you are asked by one of your colleagues at work to do something, we won't see it. So don't worry about it, because your mics and your cameras will be off if you are not speaking. So that's what I wanted to clarify. I think that everything is prepared. We can start. And I want to highlight one fact. During the whole conference, you can ask questions, you can raise questions through Slido. That's the application we use with hashtag KapaCITY, without any limitation, without any restrictions in small or capital letters. It should be recognized, and you can send out your questions. If you listen to this conference in Slovak, you can be in Slovak, but it can be also in English if you want to do so. And we will have time to answer your questions at the end of each panel, hopefully. Thank you very much, Mishka. We will see each other later during the second panel. Enjoy your listening, and I hope that everyone can enjoy the last day of our conference. And now we will start off with the first panel, which is called the communication with the public. We will know on how municipalities communicate about the topic of integration of foreigners towards the public. And the director of the Center for the Research of Ethnicity and Culture will start with her presentation.
Dobré ráno.
Good morning, everyone. So we will start with the next interesting topics. We've been covering them for 3 years, and now we have to talk about it only in 2 days. But I trust we'll be successful. I am the director of the Center for Research of Ethnicity and Culture, and I will be the moderator of today's panel focused on the communication of the topic of integration with the public. As was mentioned yesterday, foreigners are becoming the citizens of our cities. They are becoming our neighbors, co-workers, friends, and husbands and wives as well. Nevertheless, the public the public does not recognize foreigners as a part of our society. And at our center, we've been conducting research on how the public perceives the foreigners, and the up-to-date data shows that the attitude towards foreigners is getting worse in the last year. 70% people have a very bad feeling when they hear a word economical migrant or Muslim family. In the last 10 years, the social distancing towards foreigners is getting worse as well. That means that we have problems with foreigners becoming part of our public affairs. The experience from Slovakia and from abroad as well shows that the local level could have positive impact on these attitudes and change them. Symbolic politics is also important, which can be achieved by local authorities or at local level. Experience from Germany and Sweden as well shows that the municipalities call for peaceful communication, rational communication, and they also advocate at governments that are that have very nationalistic tendencies, and they try to eliminate these tendencies or to influence the governments in order not to destroy the coherence and cohesion at local level. And the communication is key, we believe, and therefore we chose this topic as one of the main topics of the conference and of the panels. How to communicate, with whom to communicate. These questions will be answered by the foreigners and my two guests at today's panel. And now I would like to invite Nina Galanska, the director of the Milan Šimečka Foundation, our partner organization within this project, to tell us how the topic of foreigners should be communicated with the public. So thank you very much for the floor. So good morning. I'm happy you're here with us today at the KapaCITY conference, and I will try to focus on why or what are the reasons of communication and what's behind, and how should we respond to the communication. And then I will give the floor to Diana, which will follow up with the topic how to communicate at local level. Please, can you start the presentation? So just very briefly, how to communicate the topic of migration proactively. So this is what we will discuss today. Steve Castles, in his book Age of Migration, the 6th edition, published in 2019, he says that the migration in the last 10 years is increasing as to political importance, and this age was also called, or is called, Age of Migration. And why did he call this age as Age of Migration? Because migration has been part of our lives for many years. Migration is also part of is the same part of our lives as death and being born. But why is it so important now? Well, there are many reasons behind why we could expect that the age of migration will prevail, and because the level of our education is increasing and the specialization as well. And our labor markets, job markets are also growing, and there are many types, many people as the job seekers with higher education or higher qualification and lower qualification as well. The second thing, there are inequalities in wealth and the job opportunities, which motivates the people to move from one country to another to find the better living conditions, a better quality of life. This is the so-called internalization of the migration. And the third reason is the conflicts and the political oppression in some countries, which means that the movement of people are oppressed. Now, could you please start the poll if possible? And the question in this poll is, how do you perceive migration? So what's the first that comes to your mind when in terms of migration? Is it immigration? So is the first picture you draw, is it the people who are coming to our country or to the country where you live? Is it immigration? So do you have a picture of people leaving the country where you live, or is it asylum? So the asylum seekers, so the people who are seeking asylum in countries where which they are forced to leave. Is it human trafficking? Is it internal migration? That means migration within the country from one region to another, or some or other, or replaced internally or replaced internally. So what's your opinion? What is the first thing that crossed your mind? So this is multiple choice. So you can of course you can pick more, or you can choose more. But I would like to know whether you have a specific concrete picture, or do you have more views on this? Now, please, could you show us the results which we have? Okay, so not yet. So we can talk a little more about the terms in this poll. More, the internally replaced people. This is a phenomenon in countries with ongoing conflict. Oh, now here we have the results. So the majority of you thinks of migration as immigration. That means people coming to live in our country. But as the country showed, migration is not only about one phenomenon. Migration is not just immigration, and migration is not just irregular migration, which is also interesting about our poll, because it's not just about asylum, but the first things which we have in mind when we imagine, or when someone says the word migration, most of the majority of people chose emigration as well, and some of you also have the picture of internal migration, so the people moving from one region to another. So thank you for answering the question. And now let's talk about the narrative. Migration is not only immigration or irregular migration, but it is in the political discourse. This is how it is reflected. So, if the political discourse is not satisfied with the migration topic, then we are more unhappy, and this is also reflected then on the public. Negative attitudes to migration are also very common and do not correspond with the attitudes of foreigners. So we mostly talk about the attitudes to migration as to equal attitudes to migrants as persons, but in sociology and in science in general, it is a different approach, because when we talk about a phenomenon and talk about the people, these are two different points of view. The next point is the complexity and more layers of migration. As showed in the poll, migration includes many phenomena on various levels, whether it's politics, integration, international protection, transit, etc. The attitude, approach, and public discourse, these are all often affected by emotions, and because of and many politicians do not want to engage in this discussion at local level even more, because these people are even closer to the citizens and to the voters. Why should we talk about migration? Well, we shouldn't avoid this communication, because the understanding how the citizens perceive migration and foreigners could avoid conflicts at local level, attitudes to integration and what affects them, how we perceive immigration. And now I will focus on the topic which is mostly affected at local level and affects also the attitudes of people. These things are more or less stable and are indirectly connected to immigration, and these are our values. From lifestyle, our level of education, to political opinions, ideology, to effects related to the attitude to migration, which are unstable. Contact with foreigners, our neighborhood, and the safety in the neighborhood, but also the political influence and media coverage, how migration is depicted in the media, how the politicians talk about migration. So we talk about some stable effect or stable impact on migration, and about unstable impact on migration, but both of them have affect the attitudes and the view of citizens. I'm behind schedule, so the approach or attitudes to immigration, so values, people with universal values, they're empathic, and then there are people who are conservative, and they care about tradition. The people with universalistic values are the people having better approach to integration. The other group has more negative experience, and then there are people which are ambivalent, and the values they have, they are not strongly related to migration.
Máme tu politické preferencie, verejnú diskusiu.
Then we have political preferences and public discourse here. So we see a huge impact of migration flows. That doesn't mean a huge number of foreigners in a certain country, but the framing and the political discourse by certain politicians is very important. Then the contact with foreigners in Central European countries, the amount of migration flows has been on increase during only the last few years, and the contact is less visible, but this may be one of the most important impacts, and it can also affect the attitudes towards foreigners. Then in the political discourse, political discourse can have a negative effect. And then we have the political framing in Central European countries, and the social media, where the information about migration flows is higher. Then on the more extreme poles, more extreme sites, there is the manipulation of this topic. Okay, 1 minute left. So I will speed up my speech. Okay, what can we do about it within the topic of the communication? So the first target group are people without any uh, any feelings about migration or about foreigners. We have to share our common values because values can affect considerably in how we perceive on foreigners. Values can connect us. And we also have to bear into mind that we have to present positive stories about foreigners in our cities. So this concerns only data and information. We need to know more about the needs of our foreigners, of the foreigners living in our cities. We have to use the information of our citizens and inhabitants within the communication channels. We can talk about their fears and their concerns, and it has also it has something to do without a balanced point of view. So it can be the crime rate or quality of life. This can also divide our society, but also join us. So we can see a lot of motivation of people, and then we can disperse their fears and concerns. And last but not least, we have to have a regular communication at the level of municipalities, and that's that's one thing that we would like to achieve. Thank you for your attention. My colleague will follow up. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nina. We have always the same problem with Nina because she has to slow down her pace of the speech and also make her story shorter, but this is very tricky and difficult tasks to fulfill. Thank you very much for the general picture presented by Nina. Now we'll switch to more practical issues as regards this topic. Diana Dobrucka from the agency Nevropea. The Nevropea agency helped us within this project on how to communicate at local level the topic of migration. She works as a consultant in Europe. She's an expert for media and communications. She's a so-called media guru, an expert in this field. So my question to you is, how should how should we put all these things into practice? Thank you very much for a brief introduction of myself from your side. Yes, at the beginning, we focused within this project on uh, how to better the image of foreigners in Slovakia because it divides people. So on the one hand, we can see that some people, some are afraid, some people think that some people say and abuse this topic and use offensive statements. We wanted to know why is it like this. I would like to ask our technical staff to help me with the presentation. I hope that you can see it right now. Thank you. Yes. So I will try to start with the presentation. The next slide, please. So at the beginning, I would like to use quote which was famous 2 years ago. In 2004, we have more than 11,000 refugees in Slovakia living in Gabčíkovo. They were seeking asylum and they were playing football with local inhabitants. And in 2015, tens of migration were placed into a reception center in Gabčíkovo, and there was a petition against those people in Gabčíkovo. I think that 10 years have already passed after this period, and we can think that we can see that some attitudes towards foreigners have changed after 10 years, but it's not always like that. Because attitudes change only during the last year. We analyzed and we saw that there was a change in the public discourse because we monitored all the media coverage, all the media releases dealing with this topic, and we can see that from the national contact point of the European migration network, that the topic is only is a topic which is not so important. It's not a topic which was really present in media. And in 2015, it wasn't true. It wasn't like that anymore. So in 2015, it was due to the fact that the political situation in Middle East, there was a big and a huge migration crisis, and many people began to think about it. Also, those who are tolerant and who have good values, those people became concerned about the international situation of 2015, and this led to really bad discussions in media and in the political discourse. So we can see that from a minority issue, from the media coverage, it became a topic of utmost importance. In our analysis, we only analyzed this topic in the media releases presented in the media coverage in Slovakia. So we analyzed the most important press releases in this topic. And I have to say that in my presentation, the good news is that Slovakians, we do not have xenophobic tendencies by our nature. Because 10 years ago, if we were really fine with foreigners, in 2015, I think it's only a question of to have a balanced communication. During yesterday's presentations, we heard that Bratislava 100 years ago, it was really a multicultural city, and nobody looked at it as something different, as something strange. So we have these testimonies we could look at from our history. Next slide, please. We can see what really shapes or what really determines the perception of foreigners. Since 2015, there was an increase in numbers of foreigners, and I can say that there was an increase in number and also increase of negative remarks or negative news about it. It had to do with the communication at certain levels. If we have a look, if we can switch to next slide, you can see that if you see who is the influencer, who really determines the media discourse, the most important persons who can determine the media discourse are politicians, then government officials and state authorities, but they were communicating this topic in a more neutral way in accordance with certain rules, with our legislation, etc. But our politicians, of course, when the elections were imminent, that then their discourses and the speeches were more negative, and they were talking in a negative way about foreigners, and that could also shape the attitudes of people towards foreigners. We have to say that in this period, there was an increase in an extension of the influence of the social media in Slovakia as well, and this was connected to the huge amount of conspiracy theories and fake news. We have to say that, on the other hand, the political discourse, in the common political discourse presented by our politicians and in political interviews, this topic became very important, and it really shaped all and determined all the political decision taken at the time. We can see that before elections and during the election period, that the amount of negative media releases was on the peak. We will have next municipal elections, and it can also determine the communication of this topic of the integration of foreigners at municipality level. But like Nina said, it doesn't mean necessarily that we have to turn a blind eye to this topic, because really we have to bear in mind, because we will have another election soon, so we can use this period to reflect upon this topic, so that we can have a positive influence on this topic and on these attitudes. So I think that this is a good message for our local politicians and our municipalities. We have to get ready, and we have to be prepared for possible negative comments from the public, from the opposition, but we do not have to get rid of this topic. So next slide, please. So let's have a look on how we perceive foreigners today. I just read somewhere that if somebody says the term of migrant, some people may think of a crowd of people, of black people. So this is a print screen that can be found if you type in the word migrant in Google. What's interesting here is that these images of boats full of black people, this was also used by several ministries on their websites, and several media also used it in positive news. So this is the typical image that can be found when you type in the word migrant. On the other hand, what can be seen? These are real people. These are real people who are engaged and involved. Many of them are involved in the KapaCITY project. Most of them come from other countries. These are people that we can really meet. Unlike those people who were on those boats in the previous image, this is maybe the good news for our municipalities, because municipalities do not have to work with virtual people depicted on boats, but we can also work with those people in real life on a daily basis, but we have to just introduce them. We have to present them. We have discussed this with Nina over, because these are people that during the KapaCITY project, which was also co-organized by our foundation, but there are some people who do not have any experience with foreigners. This is really quite surprising, because we have foreigners, we have actors, we have singers who are foreigners. Miroš Birka, Robo Grigorov, these are famous singers of foreign origin. So these are people that can be perceived by the general public, but maybe people do not see them as foreigners. We have many sport professionals and also academics we can work with, and municipalities can work and collaborate with them. So the good news is for our municipalities that, unlike politicians, municipalities do not have to solve virtual problems. We have to solve real problems. We have to collaborate with real people, and this is how real people look like. On the other hand, very short remark that there was a short survey by the Union of Slovak Towns and Municipalities that in relation with the pandemic, the credibility is higher when compared to the credibility of our politicians. So don't be afraid. You are trustworthy, and you can open this topic and talk about it. Now I'm talking to our municipalities and representatives of them. Now I would like to summarize real briefly this slide. We have prepared 10 rules of successful communication. This is a really brief summary of 10 tens of pages of an effective manual prepared for our municipalities. It can be found on the website of the partners of our project, and it can be sent to anyone. So just let us know. It is fine that within this project, within the KapaCITY project, awareness was raised. We know how many officials at the municipalities level work. From Banská Bystrica, we heard this. Ms. Gajdošíková talked about it, that the communication does not always work. We have to focus on target groups. We have to focus on the people we would like to communicate with at municipalities level. So we have to pay attention, and we have to prevent communication barriers and obstacles. So we have to be careful. And I think the basic role of our municipalities is to fulfill the communication objective, the communication mission, because they can communicate with employers, with higher education facilities, with universities, etc. Really, if we talk with NGOs, with government officials, with municipal representatives and communities representatives, we have to collaborate, and we have to find what's common, what really joins us, or what unifies us, and not what divides us. So this is the good news, that we can find the intermediary forces that join us, and within the KapaCITY project, we developed a lot of materials that can be used during the communication with foreigners at municipalities level, and these sources are also summarized in the manual and guide, which can be sent to our municipalities, and it is at our disposal. So this was a very brief summary, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions during the discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Diana.
I would like to only add that the people on the ships are also people, and we should show the solidarity and sensitive communication also towards these people, because we know that they are not on the ships because they want to be there. They are also in the positive picture, but I wanted to say that this is really not the picture, and the people coming from these ships, and he's asylum seeker, and he's awarded this status. These people work here, they are educated here, integrated in the countries, and are becoming part of the society, a valuable part of the society, and they are also depicted in this picture, but we do not have enough time to cover all of this. But they also really are some positive parts of the picture. Okay, so thank you for explaining this. Thank you very much for your very interesting overview of why it is important. I found also many important data in your presentation, and thank you both for your presentations. But let's move from theory to practice. Throughout the entire KapaCITY project, we realize these things that we work because all of us work in this field for a long time, and we try to work with the municipalities and to collaborate with municipalities and therefore we prepared 3 interesting videos for you, which come from various Slovak cities: Bratislava, Trnava, and Košice. And you will see how you can do this, and and here we will see the practice of the theory Ivana and Nina presented to us. So we can start the video.
So during the last years, foreigners came in big numbers to Slovakia. I can't listen. Oh, there was this problem with the sound. That means that more and more foreigners live at local level. If we talk about Bratislava, in Bratislava, 1/3 of all foreigners in Slovakia lives there. That means almost 8% of all the inhabitants. I would like to thank to our foreigners. That's why in 2019, a half year after I took office, I invited them to a common lunch to join me at lunch in the Primate's Palace. I invited all of them. I invited those who I could invite. I wanted to tell them that I see them as an inevitable part of our city.
I lived a couple of years in Sweden, and then I decided to come to then Czechoslovakia.
My name is Gregory Fabian, and I've been living in Bratislava for 18 years. I'm an international human rights lawyer, actually a New York lawyer, who came to Bratislava in 1993, and I worked here as a human rights lawyer till 2000. And then I went to the Balkans for 9 years and then returned to Bratislava in 2009, where I want to live for the rest of my life.
I have lived in Bratislava for more than 23 years, and together with my husband, we founded a kindergarten and a school 20 years ago.
Obec cudzincov s primátorom, myslím, že mala
The
veľmi...
lunch that the mayor had with our foreigners received a very positive feedback because we could see the positive effect towards foreigners living in Bratislava because they really liked that the mayor of Bratislava was open to meet foreigners as a part, a segment of population that normally mayors do not visit or see.
I was most pleased and most that the mayor was so cordial in his wanting to integrate foreigners into Bratislava society. The luncheon was very, very cordial, and I think that he showed us there's many opportunities for foreigners to participate in government and public affairs in Bratislava.
Sitting for a meal for most cultures of the world denotes real friendship. So for me, it was a powerful gesture from the city authority that showed really that the city wants to welcome the diversity of the community.
Na obede bolo spolu približne 16 ľudí,
Almost
cudzincov.
16 people joined the lunch with mayor. We tried to find a balance from the geographical point of view, country of origin, men and women joined us at the lunch. So these are people who are involved in government public affairs. My goal is to back to life the identity of Bratislava from the past. I would like to see our city as a friendly and open city towards anyone without no distinction, to those who participate in development of our city.
I was able to offer some thoughts and learn about some of the issues that the city has and be able to offer some activities that today has grown to a much bigger project of engaging into planting a lot of trees in town.
I'm very pleased because he's shown a real interest in helping us to develop a platform, a sort of an intermediary force between foreigners in Bratislava and the government to better enable us as foreigners to integrate into society.
Jedným zo súčasťou výstupov projektu KapaCITY
I think that one of the results of the capacity project was the lunch with the mayor of Bratislava, and we want to set up somehow an advisory council. It can be developing an informal platform. This platform can be here for the needs of foreigners, for the needs of municipality.
The goal for me, and I think throughout the education I received from my family and my community, is that there should be one day a world where we all feel we live in a global village and it's just one human race. So of course that has also always been my wish and my desire to work towards this. And I feel even though Slovaks are sometimes impatient and wanted this to happen earlier, but I feel like we have come a long way.
I think that what's important is that if anyone's rights are violated, whether it be a foreigner, whether it be someone born in Slovakia, that they have the opportunity to seek a remedy for those violations, to correct a wrong, to uphold their rights or whatever, to prevent a violation. And I think that every year since I've been here, the opportunities for foreigners to do so have increased, particularly with organizations like the Milan Šimečka Foundation and the Human Rights League. They give foreigners an opportunity for legal access to their rights, to defend their rights if they need to.
Zároveň, ako som už spomínal,
At the same time, like I have already mentioned, I wanted to thank to all of them for their endeavors, for their activities that contribute to the development of Bratislava, to have a nicer city. I wanted to tell them that Bratislava is also their city and they're always welcome here. Thanks.
City Trnava realizes that migration is a very sensitive topic and the responses from the public differ. Therefore, it is even more important to focus on the communication with foreigners as well. My name is Helena Chudíková. I'm a research worker for the Center of Research of Ethnicity and Culture. We had a research task within the KapaCITY project to map the situation in 4 municipalities, and we gained an insight into the local context. Throughout the project, we tried to develop communications strategies. The pandemic limited our options, so we are communicating via social media, and we try to provide information to the foreigners on mass testing, for instance. Before the pandemic, we communicated on the level of symbolic politics. So we organized events, we invited foreigners, and we gained inspiration and cooperated with foreigners living in the territory of Trnava, who with sports or creative spirit, and they became the part of Trnava.
Making sure kids are doing their schoolwork, but I do a mixture of editing and teaching, and when the pandemic is over, hopefully some cooking.
I'm Marshall Pandya. I'm from India, and I'm in Trnava for a little more over 2 years. I'm here because I married a Slovak, and so I'm living here. I'm basically teaching English, and also I have been involved and it was a wonderful journey for me.
Tým, že sme vlastne zistili takúto...
As we've realized this openness of the citizens of Trnava towards foreigners, we wanted to show the citizens what kind of foreigners live here, what do they bring to the city. We wanted to introduce them. There are foreigners from more than 80 countries worldwide, and many of them do interesting things. They develop this city, they are engaged in different ways, and this is what we wanted to show the citizens of Trnava. We contacted the Trnava radio and asked them whether they were not interested in covering this topic, and we were very pleasantly surprised of the attitude of Trnava radio. They made this show their own, so they made a series of show foreigners in Trnava, and they showed that these are the people who bring something new to the city.
Which was nice, not for the radio show, but to explain what was going on and how it was going to work. Yeah, it was just really upbeat and fun to do.
Interviews in the Trnava magazine was part of the KapaCITY project, and in this monthly magazine, which has many people read this magazine, and we provided interviews with foreigners.
Personal side of people, and those who might be afraid or might be worried about strangers in Slovakia, that it's okay, we're not, that we're just people and there's nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah, I see a lot of light. The very attitude or the openness, and this whole program, the KapaCITY program, that itself is a huge light, I would say. It's a floodlight, because not everybody may be right now aware of it, but we just need to go on. We just need to push towards it, and it's going to be wonderful. Tarnava is going to be like a major change, happy change for foreigners, not just foreigners, but I believe the locals, because internationally English and other languages are, and they are so much appreciated and so much important, and I believe the locals are going to be enriched, very much help with all this.
Samozrejme, že je vždy čo zlepšovať a
Of course, there is always room for improvement, and we have really a lot to improve and to move forward as to this topic, but we are trying to do our best for Trnava to become a great place to live for all the foreigners. Košice is shaped as a multicultural city thanks to its location near the language border. Nowadays, Košice has open arms not only to geographically close cultures, such as from Hungary, but we have also Vietnamese community present, Bulgarian club or association of Russians. The KapaCITY project is our project in cooperation with other partners focused on support of municipalities to help them learn how to work with foreigners living in their cities or are citizens of their cities. And one of the topics we covered was the symbolic politics, how foreigners feel in our cities in Slovakia, or whether they are recognized by the municipalities and they know how to communicate about these topics with the public, because this is often accompanied with concerns. My name is Staranova Alexandra. I am from Ukraine. I came in 2017 to Košice. My name is Eleonora Durishinova. I've been living in Slovakia for 7 years. I studied, I also did my PhD in Slovakia, and I work here now. I came from Ukraine, from Luhansk city, when the Russians came, we became migrants. As I recall, my first KapaCITY involvement was interpretation for Russians and Ukrainians living in Slovakia as asylum seekers. I live very well in Slovakia because the Slovaks gave us a garden, and I grew I have vegetables and fruit on my garden, and then I go to the market and sell these fruits and vegetables. And we try to focus also on positive examples, and Košice is really a nice example of a city taking pride in its multicultural form. They organize many events involving minorities living here, and one of the example is the Soup Festival or Diversity Festival. The goal of the Soup Festival is to show the diversity of Košice and the people who are part of Košice. When they told us for the first time about the Soup Festival, they told us, we told them we wanted to be part of it, but we didn't know how it's going to look like, what we should do. Then they told us we have to cook 40 liters of borscht. That was really interesting for us. In the little problematic, we didn't know the ingredient or the quantity of ingredients we had to buy, but at the end of the day it was great. We cooked the borscht, and in an hour all the borscht was eaten. Soup Festival is a great integrational event because all the involved people can have the same can be engaged in the same way. My job was to cook Ukrainian soup. I chose Ukrainian soup typically for the eastern part of Ukraine. So it was Cossack soup, which was unfamiliar or unknown to Slovaks. But what's interesting is that using the same ingredients, you can cook so many meals. I am from Košice campaign was campaign developed when we were creating a strategy to gain insight how the municipality could help with integration of foreigners. Our goal is for the foreign nationals to feel like home in Košice, and we also wanted to introduce successful personalities, successful people in living or from Košice. I feel like an Ukrainian, but I'm also from Košice, and I really like Slovakia and Slovak people because they have good heart. I have many positive experience and view on foreigners. It was improved very much. Currently, the foreigners have the possibility and know where to find information. The information, I believe that we still have to work on this. The foreigners coming to Slovakia are coming for work or for education. It's easier now to contact the municipality. So I think the communication was improved, and I believe that in the future it will be even better.
Výborne, ďakujeme veľmi pekne za tieto.
Thank you very much. This was excellent and very interesting very interesting videos. So I could see that everything that Nina and Diana said was there, and these videos, it was mentioned there. So like you mentioned, how politicians can shape the image of foreigners and the positive message of foreigners, we could see that sometimes only few things have to be done in order to better the image of the newcomers and foreigners in our cities when we compare it to the political discourse of some of our politicians. So this was a short example of how it can be done. But since we are not always in Bratislava, now we will reach our correspondent from Prague, Jan Janoušek, that you met yesterday. We have a small déjà vu from yesterday. Hello, Honza. Hello, Jan. If some of you did not see the presentation which was presented by Jan yesterday, he's a specialist and expert who works for the mayor's office in Prague. He deals with the topic of the integration of foreigners, and his department and the municipality of Prague deals with many activities, but also with the topic of integration of foreigners. And then they performed a very interesting initiative which is called Prague, the Grand Metropolis for Everyone. And he's joining our discussion today because Prague has long-standing, long-term experience with foreigners when compared to Slovakian cities. So, Honza, I would like to ask you to talk us to share with us why is it important to communicate about this topic, and we want to hear your testimony from the municipality of Prague so that you can share bad and good experience on this topic. Hello to everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you very much for being able to participate in this panel, which is very important because it deals with the communication with the public. So I will start my presentation. I hope you can see it. So let's start the ball rolling. In my presentation, I will talk to you about several aspects of the communication with the public. We have several strategies in place. I will present some of the current good practice in place and some long-term objectives we would like to achieve so that Prague, the Grand Metropolis, will really be for everyone. At the very start, I would like to talk to you why we have this communication with the public, not only with the majority population, but with the general public. Like I said yesterday during my presentation, not only Prague, the Czech Republic, we have migration, which is on increase. That means we have almost 16 or 20% of our inhabitants coming from abroad. So we have to communicate with them. We have to have some communication strategies in place. We have these xenophobic tendencies that already exist, which present a threat to the communication with the public. So we have to, if we remind the wars in the Balkanic countries, there were refugees coming from those countries. These xenophobic tendencies is something that we have to bear in mind. I would like to highlight a very important aspect related to that. There is a big division or a big disbalance between the typical or common political discourse and the media coverage. And then also we have this, we have our daily experience, which is very different to what is perceived by the general public. We also have to bear in mind another factor. Migration is a complex issue, and also immigration is also a complex issue. The basis why we have to communicate these issues properly, because we do not want that negative tendencies prevail in this topic, because this is a serious threat for foreign policy and policy as such. That means this could undermine all of our efforts, and it could also undermine the implementation of further policies. So that's why we have to find a force against xenophobic tendencies, and we have to find a peaceful coexistence for everyone. This must be consistent. Within our strategy, the issue is based on two priorities. We have to find a good coexistence of the majority society with migrants. We have to raise awareness. It means we have to develop strategies that would improve awareness, which is related to this topic. Basically, we have really good potential objectives that can be developed. We have a good website, which is called Prague, Grand Metropolis for Everyone. We have a good Facebook page. We use all these communication tools. So these are the most important communication tools on the mass media, on the social media. And this also can be used by NGOs. And within our subsidy schemes, we really focus on this topic. NGOs and our partners can prepare some reach out activities and educational activities that can supplement this strategy of communication with the public, and it can promote the organization of meetings in the future. And we also have a plan of the communication strategy. This is a system because it is a complex issue, and we will have to give it a framework and certain objectives. From the point of view of the current cooperation and current practice, I think that we have a potential instrument to communicate with the general public, because we have our Facebook site, we have a Facebook page, and our website where you can find more information about migrants and immigration as a topic in Prague and the Czech Republic. And we try to communicate testimonies and the stories. We have interviews we publish on our Facebook page and on our website, because we want to put specific examples, specific stories of the foreigners living in Bratislava, because we do not want to promote only general information and the general space. We have 4 reach out campaigns. I mean, Prague has not performed by itself these campaigns, but on the territory, the capital city of the Czech Republic, Prague, it was established by the municipality of Prague, which also analyzes general policy, general government policy, and we also publish all the information from Prague. For instance, strolls in Prague, promenades, etc. I will show you several pictures later. We also try to cooperate with NGOs and districts in Prague because we would like to promote events that take place in Prague. I'd like to support it. We also prepared and developed booklets and propagation materials, promotion materials. And I think that we use the funding from the subsidy scheme currently in place. We also need to cooperate with the media department from the municipality of Prague because they organize huge events, and we try to promote very important events so that more people can collaborate and participate in that. This is an example of one of the interviews which were established with one of the Iranian nationals who lives in Prague. There is this interview that can be found on our website called Prague Grand Metropolis for Everyone, and other NGOs dealing with migrants also publish and also try to disseminate this story. It's also published in hate-free on hate-free sites so that it can reach out more general public. As regards the projects being carried out in our districts and by NGOs, we have this meeting of cultures, or we have this campaign that means meet your culture, meet another culture. This is also an event to promote this topic. We have this music festival which takes place, festival which takes place there, or other festival that can be organized within these meetings. Maybe this is also famous. Neighborhood activities being carried out also. Meet your family or meet your neighbors so that you can meet other families in your neighborhood. When we were talking about the methodical support of this project, we try to promote our support. We published this booklet on how to communicate with the public. This covers the basic information, bias and prejudice, etc. So how can we deal with that? How can we oppress traditional stereotypes, etc. And these are some of the answers on how to deal with that. Now I would like to focus about something. I would like to tell you something about the Communication Center of Prague. It was really a good inspiration for us on how to structure everything, on how to develop our strategies, our communication strategies. Here on the left side, you can see an example of the Salad Bowl of Prague. You can see it was an event comprising of several strolls in Prague and meetings and cooking, etc. And on the right side, you can see the result of the integral project. This was a project designed for several districts of Prague, for public administration, for our municipalities, so that they can know what are the basic facts about foreigners, and so that they can work with that information. That we launched a very big campaign in 2018 when we presented the cooperation in the Czech Republic. And then we have another campaign which was already launched, in which we work with facts when compared to stereotypes, etc. And it will be followed by a series of workshops at primary and secondary schools. So if I have to sum up some of the results or some of the good practices of our experience, sometimes we overestimate the common picture of the integration of foreigners, because from the analysis being carried out by several city districts in Prague, it was shown that the perception on a daily basis at local level is not that negative. When we present good examples of neighborhood activities, of coexistence, that means that this prevails on a daily basis, because people like to organize Vietnamese evenings, people like to get to know their neighbors, etc. So we have to bear in mind what are the basic conclusions, what are the basic results when we communicate with the public. We can use several surveys carried out by Eurobarometer or local analysis, statistics, and we have to bear in mind the important and positive effects of the integration policies for municipalities, and we have to compare data versus facts so that we can work with stereotypes. Of course, it is crucial to create spaces for meetings so that we can raise awareness, because a personal meeting or personal experience is some of the tools that can be used to overcome stereotypes. We also take into account that our communication has to be organized in a systemic way, because we have to highlight not only the information but also the concept of the diversity of a city, and we have to use all the communication channels so that the communication can be effective throughout the whole city. So Prague, a grand metropolis for everyone, is our objective that we would like to fulfill, and this is our vision. We would like to present Prague as a city that is there for everyone, without any distinction, without a distinction as regards the country of origin, etc. So the communication with the general public has to be efficient, and we have to be prepared for that. We also want to take inspirations from abroad, from other cities like Amsterdam, etc., where they launch anti-rumor cities networks, etc. Of course, I think that Prague will also be able to organize anti-rumor cities network. Thank you very much. I hope it wasn't too long. Thank you very much. I would be happy to answer all of your questions.
Thank you very much, Jan, for your presentation. I think it was very complex and comprehensive, and I really liked how you included it in all the strategic documents and strategic communication, because this is an eminent part of the city planning and what the city does with other policies as well. And we are trying to point out this fact in our project as well, because we shouldn't be we should be rather proactive than reactive, as Nina mentioned, and it needs to be we need to think about it thoroughly. We have about 15 minutes for our discussion. I have some questions here, but of course our guests come first and our participants, so please you can raise your questions and ask our panelists, maybe if you have some comments or remarks. One question for Diana: how can we explain that church did not provide any answer, or didn't you see any posts on the blogs of Christian organizations? Thank you for the information. I wouldn't generalize this. We haven't focused only on church and church posts. We've focused more on media coverage. but I think it's not one-sided because there were some official calls for toleration from the church, especially in 2015 when this topic and this crisis was the crisis peaked. But yes, we've identified and seen many blogs which were really negative and radical, and had radical tendencies with hoaxes as to Islamization, security threats, that the Muslims come and rape our women, and such hoaxes, which also were related to gender policy. Everyone who is persecuted for gender reasons can seek asylum in Slovakia, etc. So more and more hoaxes that they will use our social system to collect allowances and similar. All of these things are summarized in our report, and in the strategy we've mentioned or included also the main hoaxes, and I think the church or Catholic, I'm not sure how to properly call this. These posts or blogs are also included in this list of ours. But I have to say we cannot generalize now. We cannot say that the church itself has a negative or positive attitude, or did express its opinion or not. What's important for the communication at regional level, what's important is that many parishes are part of the project and help the asylum seekers and their children. They take care about them. So at local level, you have to also find some partners who are willing to help us. As mentioned at the beginning, maybe it's also a topic I haven't covered, because the selection of third parties and the partners in the communication is one of the procedures of some positive framing and negative framing as well. But when we focus on building the positive or creating a positive picture, we showed in that case it is important to work with high quality events and show the people in the real in the actual environment, integrated environment among other people with the majority population. And we have to select means of communication, the appropriate means of communication, and choose the right partners who will support us. Now, can you tell us some examples of the partners? Who could this be? Well, now the starting point was the church now in this question, but of course these can be church, NGOs as well, representatives of the minorities and communities, partners among employers are also important, because these are key players when it comes to foreigners as well. And economical migrant is a very negative way of expression, but of course we need these workers from abroad. Our corporations, our production plants need these people, because I do not know any company which wouldn't be seeking new employees now. So let's not call them economical migrants, let's call them a workforce from abroad, for instance. And these people and these employers can be very helpful and essential for us. They can be our partners. The big corporations have their own integration plans and integration programs. So this is also a good idea. But so to come back to the church, also the church representatives at the regional level can have a significant contribution to the discussion, and I think we can rely and count with them. I hope I answered your question, but in our strategy you will find more on this, and if you if you have more queries or questions, you can contact us. We are happy to answer you and provide more information. Thank you, Diana. I also appreciate the idea of talking about other people and organizations in cooperation, because the municipality cannot do this on its own. Another question: how is the cooperation with municipalities outside of the project when it comes to organizing festivals, for instance? Well, we're an organization organizing Fusion Festival. We've been organizing this festival for 16 years. We try to be under the auspices of Bratislava city. In other cities, we have only we were active only for a shorter period of time, considering the smaller festivals. I'm not saying this is intensive cooperation, but the city is interested in the program and in how our festival looks like. I really appreciate it from with the municipality of Bratislava on your grants as well from the Bratislava Foundation, and we are involved in the discussion discussion with Bratislava city and organizations, and we are invited to express our opinion as to how cultural planning in the upcoming years should look like. And I can say that in the last years we've received grants as in a participative procedure where we apply for the subsidies or the grants. This is financed from cities and under the auspices of the mayor of Bratislava, who also comes to the festival to take a look. Well, this also suggests that the municipalities are interested in this topic. My question for all three of you: we were talking about how to make our foreigners visible, but municipalities do not discuss only these topics, because there are also some conflicts or some petitions signed by the citizens, or maybe some big corporation is going to have new building here, and the city knows they will have to hire or there will be more people from abroad. This is question also for Jan, but for you too, because it's it's not only positive, because the municipalities also face difficult situations and had to know how to react. Well, we've simulated such an activity now as what to do in the crisis situations. We were talking about participation yesterday, and the participation is not only about particular groups, it's also about involving all the citizens of the city. So the municipality should always respond. Well, it depends also on the level in relation to the openness. We have to they have to be heard. The municipalities need to know how to communicate this. Bratislava was a good example of communicating things beforehand and also during the process. So talk to the citizens and invite them to talk and organize a roundtable where we can talk about and express the emotions, and also respond to the emotions with the discussion how to solve the issues. If you ask how we should respond to such a complicated topic, well, participation is the key. We have to talk to the people, and proactively as well. We have to enter the communication as soon as, or start the communication as soon as possible. Diana, what's your opinion? Well, there are two levels. The first one is the communication level, and the second is the factual organizational level in these cases. I will mention again the medial coverage or our research of media coverage, which showed that the municipalities didn't inform, they only responded to some issues which occurred. And I would like to support the thought, the idea of Nina. This is also related to the topics we are talking about, this proactive, positive communication. It is also a preparation for crisis situation, for crisis communication. Our guide also covers crisis communication, what how the municipalities should prepare, because these topics and the real issues which occurred are is the accommodation for foreign workers. They were very loud, and the city had to respond. Just as an example, so the municipalities need to have some argument, need to have good communication and communicate in time to the citizens what are our goals and how we want to avoid such issues. This is still the communication level. Then we have also the organizational or actual level, whether the city is going to take some action or not create somewhere some big or not form some big communities on the outskirts or somewhere in downtown, let's say, and in the neighbors. We have to know how to communicate this topic. And again, the participation, the people need to be involved in the public affairs, municipal public affairs, because they cannot be viewed as a different community living or here, which is against us, but they have to live together with us. And this is what has to be and should be communicated. But the communication needs to be based on real facts and conditions which the city has, because otherwise it wouldn't lead to a good change. Jan, what's your opinion? Did you have such an experience in Prague as well? I would like to react on more levels, because Prague is a little specific, because it's a complex environment where we do not have so many problems in the industrial zones, that some production plant is established and the number of foreign workers is increasing, etc. So then some issues as to the coexistence can occur. But we had some transformation of a marketplace with Vietnamese sellers. Of course, this caused some issues and also some misinformation, negative attitudes from the Vietnamese community. And then on the other hand, there was the general interest of the general public, and the territorial development, or when a production plant is being established, we shouldn't find a solution afterwards, well, when the problems already occurred, but we should act beforehand. We should organize a meeting with the citizens to tell them what is going to happen, and be prepared for the communication with the foreigners, with the coming foreigners as well, because we can avoid some issues as well, which could be related to the lack of information they would have about the place where they are going to live. On the other hand, the problem also is that the municipalities have a problem with the awareness from the corporations or from the companies active on their territory, because the awareness, because the communication does not take place, because we have to, and therefore we have to also set up communication channels in Czech Republic as well. And now the second level, the general communication, when urban development, we have some meetings with the public. This is the commonplace in Prague as well, and this has to be focused on the foreigners as well, because this is a group of people, and the presentations from tomorrow were also great and inspirational, that these foreigners have to be, they have to know that the city cares about them and the city communicates with them and tries to solve their problems. And again, to connect the majority and the foreigners, they have to be connected in a proper or appropriate forum, and we have to employ participative methods, and the municipality in cooperation with the commercial stakeholders or organizations should develop the communication. So that is my opinion. Thank you. So the time is up. At conclusion, I would like to say that in 2017, the world's mayor was from German town Mechelen, who was really successful in managing the migration crisis. And the city with 118 nationalities was really successful in his efforts. So one question to panelists: what would you say to what's your message for the mayors in Slovakia to become the mayor of the world, and in relation to the integration and foreigners? So if I may start, I think the main thing is not to be afraid, because our experience showed that even the mayors of some boroughs or Prague districts, they took pictures with at some integration projects. They showed their interest. What also the mayor of Bratislava did, and one of the Prague districts is very active and is very active in favor of the perception of one whole, not only majority and foreigners. I think we are very happy we can work with the community together, and we do not have to have so much concern, because it also depends how the politicians react and how they express their opinions. This town of Mechelen is a really great example, which developed from a problematic town to an inspiration, which is now shared throughout or shared globally. And this migration crisis is sometimes not such a bigger issue as we think. So I think we shouldn't be afraid. We should send positive signals. I think the positive communication is really crucial, because the lack of communication from the decision makers and is crucial, and we should have positive attitude. We shouldn't be afraid, and we should know that what you give, you get back. Okay, great, thank you. I think this message will get to our municipalities. I will follow up on Jan's ideas when he was talking about not being afraid. So I think we should know how to connect people and listen to them. We should know that being afraid is natural, but we also have to listen to them actively and know how to respond. We also need to know how to communicate, because mayor is only one person or elected person, but he's one of us, or he or she is one of us. So because this is it's not happening behind closed doors. Mayor's office is also the entire office needs to know what citizens live in the municipality, and we need to listen, and also listen to the worries and concerns that people have, but also listen to the needs. And we need to know how to connect them with the work of the mayor's office. And this was also demonstrated in Mechelen, a town, that they were able to listen to all the people. So we have connecting people and not to listen, and not to be afraid. if I think the person needs to be really convinced is that yes, we want to do this. This is the right thing to do. And when we are convinced, then the transparency is crucial because it can be there can be problems sometimes, and this needs to be addressed as well because the people need to believe our communication. Authenticity is another element because nowadays political promises or corporate promises are not popular anymore because the winners are those who are transparent and open in their communication. And two more things, the coordination and communication, and this is the role of the mayor as well. And I think this is the combination of winners. And one more thing, the city is not about only a mayor. It's about the perfect team behind the mayor and about their engagement. So this is basically the coordination of the people. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Janošek. We will be back in a while. So now we will have a break until 11:30 or 40. So you have basically 14 minutes. We'll be back at 11:30 and we'll be having a panel about communication, but more on communication with the foreigners, what information they need in order to participate in the public affairs and how to do this. So thank you very much. And now we can take the break.
Ešte raz, dobrý deň.
So hello to everyone. Once again, we apologize for the slight delay due to technical difficulties. So welcome all of you to this panel, which is called Provision of Information to Foreigners. My name is Michal Dočinova. I'm a lawyer at the Human Rights League, and I will be your guide during this panel. When we are talking about information, most of us may feel that the flow of information or the amount of information is huge, and it is very difficult to guide through them because we have several sources of information. We do not have only media, but we have press conferences, blogs, local newspapers, flyers, etc. When we are talking about providing information to foreigners, the situation changes. If you look at if foreigners do receive, if foreigners receive a lot of information during the pandemic situation, we can think that it's not like that. We may think that they do not have a lot of information, so there may be some lack of information. What kind of information is necessary for foreigners in Slovakia will be part of this panel. First, we will hear some testimonies of some foreigners living here in Slovakia. I'm really happy that two of our cultural mediators and from Bratislava and Banská Bystrica and also from Košice will join us. Anna Barsagian from Bratislava, Eleonora Ďurišínová from Košice, and Jaroslav Lisenko from Banská Bystrica. So first, I would like to ask the first cultural mediator to tell us if she thinks that she receives enough information in Slovakia. Anna, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So, what do migration and information have in common? Let's see. It's possible to picture a world nowadays without their fast flow and spreading, but how not to get lost in this all information? So migration and information are in mutual comparison, let's say in the same boat. And if in case of media gets whatever it needs, like human stories, reports, etc. What about opposite? Why migrants need practical information, and do they get that information in appropriate way during their life stay in Slovakia? Actually, can anybody from us imagine himself without an access to information nowadays? Probably, of course, some of us have some hidden wishes to leave everything behind, to leave our electronic devices and go somewhere, being lost in some kind of island, breathing fresh air, having mountain or sea view, or caring for plants, etc. But even for that, we need some kind of information. How to buy a property, how get to an island, how to buy a ticket, how to care about like water, heating, just some important living conditions, etc. And as we see, it's kind of information that without we cannot survive there. And this can be really romantic for people who are coming to a new country, but it's really not practical, and they do need theoretical part as well. So the same is for migrants. They do need to be familiar with all steps they have to take during their stay in Slovakia. So in September 2020, in the frames of KapaCITY project, Human Rights League held kind of discussion, online discussion with focus group. It should be, of course, offline, but we couldn't manage it because of COVID crisis. And this focus group discussed some kind of difficulties in information field. And we separated some points, some important points. I will just tell some of them. So first one, very important one, language issue. Lack of English, Russian support I'm mentioning English and Russian because of, English is international language and Russian is kind of language for a lot of Russian-speaking people in Slovakia. So not enough developed volunteering system. Why I'm mentioning it because I realized that lots of migrants would like to be volunteering in different organizations, but they don't know how to get there. We discussed about need of creating one general website, which could be really a great help to people who are searching for information. Of course, if it could be supported by government, and a need of handbook that could be a perfect guide once a migrant foreigner enters to Slovak Republic. I will very shortly address to each of them. Talking about language, when we're talking about mutual communication language, of course, it's English and it's accessible all over the world. And there are a lot of people who speak English in Slovakia. You can ask people just passing by what you need, and they are very kind to answer you. But mostly, of course, we need this information in public services. And a lot of people face these difficulties not to get appropriate information, what they need exactly in public sectors. But of course, it's obvious that there is no opportunity to change whole working staff because these people do their job perfectly, and you cannot just tell, you don't speak English, so we're firing you, and it would not be fair or right. So in this case, what we discussed is some kind of opportunity for migrants and people who are living in Slovakia to use their beginning, let's say, first months in living in Slovakia, because they're quite free, searching for a job and just trying to some kind of feeling convenient, comfortable in Slovakia. So they suggest to create or already develop existing volunteering systems, and they do really need information in like job searching, self-employment status information, doctor services, pension, banks, police office, government buildings, etc. So migrants, mostly when they are newcomers in Slovakia, still search for a job, and they are asking questions to each other in social sites. And the great example is Ukrainian community Facebook group, which has more than 60,000 followers, and this group really works. But I know that a lot of foreigners are familiar with two Facebook huge groups, let's say, foreigners in Bratislava and foreigners expats in Slovakia. So one of group has 27,000 followers, another 6,100. Let's say it's quite huge amount for following this kind of a group, but what is necessary to know when we are searching information in this kind of group, we are not getting an appropriate answer. The answer we need really to know, because from 27,000 people, maybe one can answer to your question, and just writing some opinion or some information which is already being transferred from one point to another. So no one is obligated to answer the question, and you even don't know where you are searching the information. So that's why I'm finishing my word with it, that people, migrants living in Slovakia would find really totally perfect to have one general website where they can find their solution for answers. So this is kind of a, let's say, dream for all of us and newcomers in Slovakia. Let's believe that it can come true. Thank you very much for the opportunity to have a word on this conference, and another cultural mediator for Human Rights League, Eleonora Durishinova, will continue the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dobrý deň, volám sa Eleonora.
Hello everyone, my name is Eleonora. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of your conference. I would like to talk about issues of foreigners which they encounter at the beginning of their journey in Slovakia. I've been living in Slovakia for 7 years, and I can say I went through all the points in terms of integration. I know other foreign nationals who have the same questions as I did. So imagine you came to a different country. You have low or poor language Slovak skills. You found some accommodation, and now you are in this country. And what's next? The first question you have is how to obtain residence permit, and this was the first question, and I could find at the consulate whether the information was not sufficient, or at the immigration police. But no one was able to speak English at the police or the police officers. Okay, the second question is, where could I find work? In the same area of expertise I had when I was in my home country? Can I work with my residence permit? Can I study here as well? Answers to these questions could be found at the immigration police, or it could be found in the groups Anna mentioned. But personal experience of a foreigner who shares his or her experiences must not always apply to your case. And the conditions you find themselves in can differ from those of another foreigner. Another question for the foreigner is, how can I open a bank account in Slovakia? And to receive the answer, the foreigner has to go to more branches and find answer and hope that the employees of the bank branch will understand his or her Slovak, or will be able to speak English. Another question, in terms of language, how can I learn Slovak? Can I learn Slovak for free? Okay, so let's imagine we have answers to the questions work related and education, etc. And I am a foreign national, whether it's from EU or a third country. I can be involved I can be part of the social security system. Is it valid in is my social security valid in Slovakia? If I'm a student, I can pay the social contributions myself. The information really vary from one branch from one office to another. Another important question: if your child is born in Slovakia, what the foreigner should do? Can my child go to school here in Slovakia when it reaches 15 years of age and goes to school? Can my child then continue in Slovakia? So these are the basic questions the foreigners have. The first 1 or 2 years, the laws, of course, can change and the conditions can change. And Maslow's pyramid of needs says or suggests that if I'm ready to find, I have a talent. How can I be active as a foreigner? How can I prosper and develop? And the main question is, where can I find answers to these questions? Because there are many information on the internet, but it's hard to find a specific organization, a specific source of information. And it's important to mention that the pandemic brought many changes, which were also confusing for the people with sufficient Slovak skills. Then the informations were not in a central place. And if I should combine all these questions to one central question, that would be, where can I find answers? Where will I be heard? And this important to create one website which would have all the information, or at least basic information for a foreigner who came 1 year ago or several months ago, where he could find the answers to his or her questions. Thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this conference. Thank you.
Zdravím, počujete ma? No, som Jaroslav Lysenko,
Can you hear
kultúrny
me?
mediátor z Banska.
My name is Jaroslav Lysenko. I'm the culture mediator working in Banská Bystrica. I will talk briefly about my experience as a culture mediator who studies at the Slovak University as well. After my arrival to Slovakia, what helped me, what I missed as to the information provided to foreigners, I came through the program Erasmus+. I went also to Belgium, and I can talk about the experience of foreigners with the provision of information in Belgium. And I can provide you this information so that we can improve here the situation in Slovakia. Before I came to Banská Bystrica, I was looking for information at the university website and the municipality website. It was quite helpful. But what I found was not always useful in general sense. I came here and I found accommodation with together with different foreigner students, and we were assigned a tutor or some sort of a student who was in charge of foreigners, for foreign students. So I think this was a good basis for a good start. Then I liked the Erasmus Plus program, so I tried it. I went to Belgium. I want to try to study abroad, so that's why I decided to go to Belgium. That I also searched for information at the Belgium University website, and everything was really in line with what was published on the municipality website. They published the information on the expenses for accommodation, expenses for eating out. There was information and contact details of several banks, emergency number, etc. So I knew all the information I needed before going there. Then the university in Belgium contacted the municipality, and I was provided with all the information. And also we were introduced to local firms and potential employers who could work with us in the future, so that we can find some job and get some extra money outside of school. So we were contacted to some local firms, even though I couldn't speak Dutch or French. My name was Jaroslav. I was introduced like that to potential employer. And there was an integration center where a foreigner of any country can go and can ask for something and look for language courses. This is the most important thing, to look for information about language courses. We can tell them how much time we have. They can tell us more information about the duration of each course and the cost of each course. So you can choose from plenty of courses. So this was really easily to navigate through all this information. I spent there 4 months, and I found all this information in 4 months, which was more information than I can find in Slovakia in a year. So what should be implemented from all this experience from Belgium in Slovakia? Like Zuzana has already said, foreigners who are students. This is a specific groups of foreigners. We have also employees, foreign employees, and entrepreneurs. So if you want to set up a trade or set up a business, these can be all the same people, because several years ago they were also students. So university can join and unite foreigners. They should refresh their presentation on their website. I mean, the website of the university. They should add additional information on their website, and perhaps they could use some video that they could download there, or they could put there, so that a foreigner can easily get a picture of how is it like to be in Slovakia. How much money do you need to spend? Whom can you contact in case of emergency? Whom can you contact if you want to find a job? Or there could be a list of potential employers in Banská Bystrica who could hire students, and some more information about social life, so that we can learn more about the Slovak language, so that we can know more people, more local people, make friendships and meet potential employers. So more a specific plan for students, for jobs. So I really recommend anyone to do this or to go abroad through this Erasmus Plus program, because this is the biggest experience in a student's life, to have the opportunity to go abroad. So I think the municipality of Banská Bystrica, together with the university, could organize a specialized conference where they could develop or talk about a settlement plan for future foreigner students, so that they can have a broader picture on how it works, if they want to stay here or not. So these are the ideas which I saw in Belgium, and they are really efficient and they really work. So I think that this could be adopted by the municipality of Banská Bystrica, because Slovakia, Banská Bystrica, we have all the tools available. We do not need a lot of financial resources, and it's not very time consuming. I think it's possible to implement here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear cultural mediators. I'm really happy that that at the end of our interview was an inspiration from abroad about the fact that in Slovakia we can also find inspiration in the activities of municipalities, as we will discuss later in the panel with Ms. Knošková from the Marginal Citizens Initiative, with Lucia Gurbalova from City of Košice, from Zuzana Rajdošíková from Banská Bystrica, and Viera Orichova from the Community Center for Work and Knowledge Mobility in Nitra. And we will also have some examples from abroad and good practices presented by Jan Janoušek and David Berha from Vienna. And now I would like to give the floor to Dasha to tell us more about how KapaCITY project was active in terms of providing information to foreigners. And thank you for the floor. I have to thank all the previous speakers and culture mediators we worked together within the KapaCITY project. The information package the foreigners need in the first stage, when they arrive to Slovakia, they need to find their way in Slovakia. So thank you very much for much appreciated information, because these words also showed us that if we want to prepare some information package and we want to help the foreigners with the integration and finding information, we need to communicate with them and ask them what they need, what are their needs, what information are required, because they can tell us their needs. It's the best when then they tell us their needs. Now I would like to go in my presentation through our work with this issue. Okay, so we can start from this slide. So this is just a summary. The KapaCITY project wasn't focused on providing services or information to foreigners. its main special or area was support of municipalities with integration. So our main goal was not to draft some informational materials, but we wanted to show the municipalities how they could communicate with foreigners and how they can inform the foreigners. We wanted to present some good practices from abroad as well, and the research conducted in cooperation with the Center for Research of Ethnicity and Culture showed that the foreigners didn't use the services offered by a municipality because they do not know about them. They are not aware they exist because they are also not, these services are also not available in English. They have a problem with the official communication. Slovak language is very difficult. It would help if the municipalities would set their own goal in order for the participation to be successful, to get to know the foreigners who live in the municipality, and vice versa, the foreigners should get to know the municipality as well. The good practice with practices from presented yesterday from Brno as well showed us that in Brno they also care about this subject matter, and they, of course, there is no universal form of providing information. It depends on culture, language skills, and community. Of course, there are other factors. So there are many forms of communication which can be employed, and they need to be adjusted to the needs of the situation or the needs of the community. We prepared a few informational materials to show the municipalities how to continue with providing information to foreigners. And I will discuss and I will talk about these now. I would like to mention the cultural mediators as well. You could have seen some of them as they were the speakers before me. And in this project, we worked also with cultural mediators, and this cooperation was a huge success. And the cultural mediators break the barriers. They connect us to the community in terms of language, culture. They all helped us to find the foreigners and to communicate with them. They were an irreplaceable part of our project in terms of drafting the materials for municipalities. They also help with the translations, and they also represent, they were the voice of foreigners. So really, cultural mediators can have great contribution, and also the good practices from Czech Republic also would be great for Slovakia to adopt it. In the KapaCITY project, we were also using a newsletter, and once a month we send the newsletter to foreigners, providing information via email. This newsletter included the news from your region or from your district, where the foreigners could find information from the municipalities, from the offices of the municipality, and some information about cultural events or public affairs in the municipality. The municipalities also took part in preparation of this newsletter. And there were many language versions of the newsletter provided. Another response to the COVID-19 pandemic was an overview of measures and regulations related to COVID-19, which was prepared also in cooperation with municipality, because when it comes to providing information or consultancy to foreigners, how the foreigners are doing and how they are affected by COVID-19 in terms of their residence, social security. At first, we provided a general overview, and later, when it was necessary, we focused on specific information related to education and social security. The last overview included information on testing, on vaccination, and these overviews were also published or provided in more language versions, depending on the questions which were relevant in the time being. And at the end, I would like to mention the outcome or the output of the project, considering providing information to foreigners, and this is the welcome package for foreigners. We've mentioned the information and the areas and the topics the foreigners need to manage at the beginning are really plenty, and our package focused on the competencies and tasks of a municipality. What's really unique about this package is that they were prepared also for in cooperation with municipality. They include information on residents and matters related or applied to all the foreigners, regardless of the region where they want to live. But it also included information on the offices of the municipality and what departments there are and what is the responsibility of the particular departments. The foreigners could also receive information on various institutions and events where they could attend or how they can participate in the municipality public affair. These were translated into more languages depending on the number of foreigners living in these districts. The packages will be available in English, in Trnava, in Serbian language as well, in Russian for Košice, and the form and the way of distribution is in the hands of the municipalities, whether they will be printed or they will be available on website of the municipality. I think the next speakers will also tell us more about their way of distribution and managing of this information. Thank you.
If there are any questions, I will be more than happy to answer them. Thank you very much, Dasha. Like you have mentioned, these welcome packages have been prepared for the municipalities that participate in our project, the city of Bratislava, Banská Bystrica and Košice, and Banská Bystrica, but the city of Košice, by its own initiative, has a set of different interesting tools which are quite innovative, thinking out of box, because they can be used as good practice. So I would like to ask Ms. Lucia Gurbalova, the Vice Mayor of the city of Košice, to present us some of these tools. So the floor is yours. Hello to everyone. I would like to greet you on behalf of the city of Košice and on behalf of the Mayor of Košice. The city of Košice is quite famous because we have a lot of nationalities and cultures which are interconnected, and many people with different religious beliefs. We are a city really open to foreigners, because in this connection, foreigners need to settle down in our city. That's why we are really open to organize meetings and activities and events in order to facilitate the life of foreigners. We were contacted in order to raise awareness of foreigners in our city, and we decided to do the following thing. On our website, or on the official website of the city of Košice, we we implemented or we introduced a small section for foreigners living in Košice. So I would like to present it and to share my screen with you so that you can see it. Okay, everyone can see it, right? Yes, it's working.
Tak ako som už spomínala.
So, like I have said at the beginning of my speech, Košice has been always prepared itself as a mixture of cultures because it has borders with several countries. Now we are open to Hungarian, Ukrainian culture, but we have a small Vietnamese and Bulgarian community in our city. So it's not surprising to listen to another language in Košice. Since we consider these people as inhabitants of Košice and they see themselves as inhabitants in Košice, we would like to facilitate their life in Košice. People do not come to Košice just for touristic reasons, but we have more and more foreigners who come to study here and to work here. After their arrival, they can face several challenges, and these challenges can be quite tricky. It can be poor knowledge of the Slovakian language or lost in translation when navigating and guiding through the information in our city. That's why we set this website in order to facilitate their life. Here we created a section for foreigners, which should serve as an online communication center and contact center for those who decided to come to Bratislava either to study or to work or to join their family or to find safety. After coming to Košice and after obtaining the residence permit, they become inhabitants of Košice. On this website, they can find more information about several administrative procedures, about the integration process and tips for interaction with communities of other foreigners and with local inhabitants. This website is in the Hungarian, English, and Slovakian language. It was created within the project Integra, with the cooperation with an NGO at the beginning of 2020. We created an information portal in order to raise awareness of the foreigners living in Košice. We are aware that people coming from abroad and want to settle down in Košice, they lack a single unit, a single system of information. So that's why we really hope that this web portal, this web page, could be the first step for people who decided Košice to become their new home. In spring 2020, when we had the first outbreak of the pandemic situation in Slovakia, we created the web page called corona.košice.sk in order to inform them about the measures adopted in Košice. It is also translated into English because we thought of people who do not use Slovakian as their mother tongue. We updated this web page on a daily basis, and we provided to all the inhabitants of Košice the information on how Košice faced the pandemic situation. When we started with the organized sample testing in Košice, we also updated the information about the expected waiting time in sample testing sites. We updated the information on this website according to the information provided by the central government, and we also informed our inhabitants about on how Košice faced the situation. I'm lost in my papers. I apologize. So, we are getting back to the topic. I would like to sum up that even though there are travel restrictions in the Košice autonomous region, I think that Košice will still remain a place that people will love and like, so that they decide to stay here and live here. So I'm sorry that perhaps it was a little bit chaotic, but we have a lot of activities going on at the same time, so that's why there is some interference, but I think that I said what I wanted to tell you. So thank you very much for giving me the floor. I greet you. I would like to greet all the participants, and I think that we will be able to adopt good steps and measures for all foreigners and people coming to our country and to our cities. Thank you very much for your time, because I know that you are really busy. You have a busy schedule in Košice, but I'm really happy that we heard the information about providing information to all the inhabitants in Košice during the pandemic situation as regards the restrictions, sample testing, and also the vaccination plan. Now we will continue with another municipality or with other municipalities, which could be inspirational for us in Slovakia. Now Zuzana Gajdošíková will take the floor, who is the head of the head of the International Affairs and Trade Department in Banská Bystrica, who will present some of the foreigners living in Banská Bystrica, how how foreigners live there, and how the municipality of Banská Bystrica communicates with them. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I work for the International Affairs and International Trade Department in the city of Banská Bystrica, and I had the honor to join the KapaCITY project as a contact person for foreigners living in Banská Bystrica. I will try to share my screen with all of you. I hope that I can manage to do it. Okay.
Dobre, iba mi prosím dajte znať, že to vidíte.
Please just tell me if you can, if everyone can see it. It's fine. Okay. Thank you very much. So as cultural mediators have already mentioned it, I think each of the municipalities in Slovakia are targeted primarily at the general public, and I think in Banská Bystrica we have to try to facilitate life of foreigners who decided to live in our city, and this is not possible without available information of high quality. That's why I have decided to share with you some of our experience as regards the exchange of information and the system of exchange of information, how we try to infiltrate and get to know the foreigners living in our city, and how we would like to share our information with them. What I liked about yesterday, the mayor of Bratislava, Mr. Valo, told that this was a groundbreaking project, the KapaCITY project, and I think this is a good characterization. The groundbreaking character of this project is really marvelous. I think that even though it is 2021, still we are searching, we are looking the ways on how to live, coexist with foreigners in our cities. The Center for the Research of Ethnicity and Culture in 2018, they did a study, and also in Banská Bystrica, and they came to the conclusion that the foreigners are not visible to us, but many of us know at least one foreigner. So that's why we decided to raise awareness and to promote information given to foreigners in order to, and we also want to analyze their environment and analyze the contact people have with foreigners, and we wanted to set the best flow of information so that we can raise awareness and to improve the information system towards foreigners. We think that this is not possible without collaborating, without working all together, and without knowing each other. So if you want to identify the problems and the issues in Banská Bystrica, first we have to know that it's the municipality of Banská Bystrica and educational institutions, schools, leisure activities, clubs, etc. These are all the partners who undergo and conduct activities towards foreigners, and they also use their contacts that are not visible to us as the municipality of Banská Bystrica. The cultural mediators played a very important role in this sense because they opened new doors, new opportunities for foreigners living in Banská Bystrica. If we are talking about the municipality of Banská Bystrica or about any municipality, as someone who manages the flow of information, I can divide it into three directions. First are press releases in different language versions, then the newsletter that is being published, then the social media. The newsletter was distributed thanks to our partners in the past. Then the creation and developing of mailing lists for those who want to be informed. And lately, we also managed to finish the topic of welcome package flyers for all the foreigners coming to Banská Bystrica to give them information for the first weeks and month of their stay in our city. So this was towards outside. At the same time, we adopted some of the recommendations of the partners of the KapaCITY project. We wanted to create a contact point in our office. Now it's me who is the contact point for foreigners, and my role, my responsibility is to be there available for anyone who is looking for any practical information. And I'm here really willing to help anyone in order to get in touch with educational institutions or universities. So anything that I can help with, I'm really here willing to help anyone who is looking for this piece of information. If I can give you any statistical data, why foreigners approach me, and I think that people approached me in the past and are approaching me nowadays because of many practical issues, because many things are not to be found in the English language. In the English language, everything is in Slovak regarding taxes, health issues. Where can I find a general practitioner? I think this is the competence of the autonomous region, but I'm really happy to help, and I'm really happy to look for this information and help these people when they're looking for this information.
Information related to the regulations and similar information were also required, and the third part of the information or of persons who provide information are cultural mediators who, even after completion of the project, will stay partners with them, because I think they are a really great help. Talking about information for foreigners, I would like to mention an approach we developed in Banská Bystrica. Well, not only in Banská Bystrica, but I'm really happy about it. And being that apart from the information for the foreigner on social media website and in foreign language, of course, we targeted also the local population who do not have maybe the access to such things which are common to us, but he's a neighbor of a person who meets foreigners. So we contacted them and asked them, do you know, if you know a foreigner who could benefit from this information, please let him or her know and give him our contact details. And we saw that this form of providing information was interesting for some of the people, and we have the first interested people who share this information with their neighbors or other people they meet. These are just some examples of what I mentioned earlier. So the leaflets dropped it by the partners were published on our website. Visit banskabystrica.sk. Here I would like to say that foreigners in Slovakia consider themselves visitors of the city, and sometimes maybe we think we have enough information in English or in other languages, but these are not information they really need. As Eleonora and Anda mentioned, these are completely different information the foreigners really need. The website of Banská Bystrica was not yet translated into English, but we have this partner website, Visit Banská Bystrica, where if you click on the information tab, you will find this newcomer's guide with information if you want to be more than just a visitor. These are the leaflets and the flyers. Welcome to Banská Bystrica. They were printed in the last couple of days, and we want to distribute them to the places where the foreigners was the first point of contact of foreigners, so the immigration police and other officers. This is our newspaper, where you can see that they cover also people coming from abroad. The next steps we want to take is the integration of foreigners into the executive powers of the municipality and executive bodies, and they were already invited, but most of the meetings are held online, so it's not a success yet, but we wish to integrate them in the meetings of advisory bodies and councils or other expert groups who directly participate in the development of policies. We would also like to create a pool where they be all gathered and they could get the information on public affairs, and this pool of information would be some kind of assistance for us in case we are in contact with a foreigner and do not speak the language he or she has as a mother tongue, or maybe if a person from the country is more appropriate to communicate with him. And we also want to provide more comprehensive information on education, ordinances, social policies, taxes, etc., which are published on public forums, but they are often all available only in Slovak English, and they refer to articles or laws which are again only in English, in Slovak. So the feeling that every piece of information we want to share with the citizens of Banská Bystrica needs to be translated into other languages according to the languages of people living in Banská Bystrica, and I believe the cooperation will be even more supported and facilitated. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne pani Gajdošíkovej, že okrem situácie v meste.
Thank you very much for providing some information about this current situation in Banská Bystrica, and I really like that you also introduced the point of contact and the municipality office, and I'm also happy that you are focused on more actions which will come after the completion of the project, and to follow up on the good practices in Slovakia, I will give the floor to Viera Orichová from our partner from the KapaCITY project, who is also who works for the Community Center for Work and Knowledge Mobility in Nitra, and is a specialist in the rights of foreigners and the legal assistance provided to foreigners. Thank you very much for the introduction. At this conference, I would like to introduce to you the Community Center for Work and Knowledge Mobility in Nitra. I will show my presentation with you.
Áno, vidíme.
Dobre, počkajte, len ja ešte musím... Beginning. Dobre. Dobre, ďakujem pekne. Takže...
Thank you. I would like to say a few words to our way of operation of our community center in Nitra, which is the first center and I think the only center in Slovakia which is supported by the municipality and is specialized in integration of foreigners at local level. Our center was formed in 2019, but the idea of establishing such a center goes back to 2018 when there were many foreigners coming to Nitra who came here as foreign workers, and the municipality started to realize the need of their integration in and the need of participation in the public affairs. In 2019, we took some steps to form this center, and the municipality of Nitra was initiated this project of the creation, the formation of this center, and in 2019 the community center was born. The main goals of the project are to support social inclusion of foreigners with temporary or permanent residence in Nitra. It's also to overcome barriers in terms of coexistence of foreigners and citizens, and also to create a platform of organizations and individuals aimed at preparing a strategy of Nitra for social inclusion. We also came with a few activities of this project. The first point of contact service is the first project. Language classes for foreigners, including also intercultural learning, leisure activities and volunteers. Then making people, the public, aware in order to reduce the xenophobia in the community. Well, the most significant step was the formation of the points of first contact, which were formed in 2018, and the workers at the point of first contact are at the client center in Nitra, and they provide information for foreigners living in Nitra. Most they work or study here, and they are third country nationals as well as EU nationals, and of course they provide information also to Slovaks who want to employ foreigners and to all citizens of Nitra. This point of first contact is opening hours from 9 to 11 and from 12 to 15 to 3 p.m. But they can contact our center by phone or email, and one should evaluate the way of operation of this point of first contact. We provided information to 123 foreigners, and we provided 260 consultations. So these are the figures from our statistics, and we can see that the foreigners are coming back to our center, and if we provide good information, then the foreigners come back with a different issue they had. And considering the nationality of the foreigners, the most people were from Ukraine and Serbia. Well, this is related to their employment in Slovakia in the automotive industry. So mostly they are Ukrainians and Serbians working there, but we have also Iranians, Russians, and other countries. The Iranians are related to the integration, related to the project of integration of Iranian Christians who came to Slovakia 5 or 6 years ago and are integrated in Nitra, and that's why Iraq is also one of the mostly represented countries. The foreigners have temporary residence for education or work purposes, but also foreigners with permanent residence visit us, or we also provide information to EU nationals who want to have registered residence. The forms of provided informations in our project are individual consultations at the point of first contact, but we also want to contact other foreigners living in Nitra, and we provide them information using on a website where they can find up-to-date information considering the public affairs in Nitra and other activities we provide. And we also they can also find more information on residence and other aspects of life of a foreigner in Slovakia. So we have entered into cooperation agreement with the International Migration Organization, and this is they can get to this website through our website, where they can find legal information regarding their residence and other aspects of life in Slovakia. We've also drafted or tailored booklet for foreigners, where they can find information about Nitra, about residence. The booklet was translated into 2 languages, so it's available in Slovak, English, and Russian. And the website is also translated and available in 4 language versions, depending on the nationalities of people of foreigners living in Slovakia. To sum up the areas of consultation we covered at the community center, as the cultural mediators mentioned earlier, the foreigners are mostly interested in the residence or in the residence procedure. So this is the first topic of our consultancy. Being awarded a residence and cancellation, or the terms and conditions, the identification documents they need. In connection with this procedure, we do not represent them. We only provide consultancy, but sometimes they would like us to represent them, but our capacities unfortunately do not allow us to represent them at the immigration police, etc. The nationality is also another topic, but this is probably specific for Nitra and the Iranians who are living here in Nitra, and because the period for registration is expired, and that's why we dealt with the nationality and citizenship. And another problem are primary schools and the mandatory education in Nitra. Another is the driver's license. So this is also what the foreigners have to deal with, and other things.
Napríklad nárok na rôzne sociálne
For
dávky.
instance, the entitlement to different social benefits, the right to be informed about the restrictions in emergency situations like the pandemic situation, then postponement of repayment of bank loans, official procedure for receiving a building, buying a property, etc., social security contributions, etc., local taxes, etc. So these are the most contacted offices and institutions in NITRA. This is the police directorate of NITRA, Labor Office, Social Affairs and Family of NITRA, then the Circuit Office, the Trade Department of the Circuit Office of NITRA responsible for issuing trade licenses, then health insurance institutions, and the municipality of NITRA. Like I have already mentioned, in addition to the first contact point, we also offer the courses of the Slovak language for beginners in cooperation with the organization Marina, with the foundation Marina. We have already the fourth course, which is online. The normal course, which was designated for foreigners, started in autumn in 2019. It was not online. Now from spring 2020, it is online. All the participants in these courses stated what's important for them, to look for information regarding their residence. These courses were free of charge. Now the Common Center is being financed by the municipality of Nitra, of our town. So this online course of the Slovak language is not free of charge. It has to be paid for, and the foundation called Marina is not only for foreigners in Nitra, but it helps all the foreigners living in Slovakia. Then to raise awareness about the topics related to migration and integration. Once again, in cooperation with the Foundation Marina, we organize several workshops in Nitra, at several departments, at universities, etc., where people could be informed, and the students of these universities as well, about the topic related with migration and integration, with migration and the integration of foreigners. Then we also offer volunteer programs and leisure activities. These are the most important volunteer programs currently being in place. They took place, but due to the pandemic situation and the current restrictions, it was not so successful in terms of the number of participants, but I hope that we will have the opportunity to continue with them in the future, because we would really like help our foreigners. And the last point is the social inclusion of foreigners in the strategic documents of the city of Nitra. We carried out an analysis of the migration and the possibilities of integration in Nitra, together with the Center for the Research of Ethnicity and Culture. It was organized in Nitra. We dealt the topic of the social inclusion of foreigners, and I hope that it will be included in the strategic documents of the city of Nitra, because we would like to include urban development, education, culture, arts, and sports and in these materials. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be more than happy to answer any of your questions. This was the community center called Common.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne, Vierka.
Thank you very much, Viera. Thank you. Thank you all for your presentations. And thank you for your work, for what you do in this field. Now, we will switch from Slovakia to Austria, and we are very happy that we will also have some examples from abroad, from Prague and from Vienna, because the information materials of these two cities, Prague and Vienna, were an inspiration for us when we were preparing this capacity conference. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. David Berha from the city of Vienna. Mr. Beraha concerns with or deals with the organization of workshops and meetings related to the volunteer programs and the integration of foreigners. So, Mr. Beraha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you for inviting me here, and thank you for putting me forward. I have to leave at 1 o'clock, and I was not sure if I will be able. So I'm happy that I can talk now. I will try to show you the presentations. I never did this before, so maybe with a little luck. I hope you see something. I work for the city of Vienna in the department Integration and Diversity. We are about 60 employees. And I want to talk about communicating in times of social distancing. This will be the focus of my short presentation. I can switch. I hope you see the presentation. I can give you the summary at the beginning. Digitalization has made great advances for our department. Point. So I go to the subtopics. First thing the city of Vienna did when the COVID-19 pandemic came to Austria and Vienna was to give general information about the COVID-19 related subjects on their homepage. The homepage of the city of Vienna is in German. So the large version of it is in German, but you can find reduced, shorter versions of it in English and in the two other most common languages, which are BCS, which is Bosnian, Croatian, Serbian, and in Turkish. So this homepage of Vienna is already in 4 languages, and the information that were needed to know for the about the COVID-19 pandemic were in these 4 languages as well. Then my apartment launched the Corona Info Service in April 2020, which is a service for newly immigrated Viennese or people who don't speak German too well to submit COVID-19 related questions in 24 languages. Why 24 languages? We are 60 co-workers in our department, and we all together speak 24 languages. And questions about the restrictive measures, about social distancing, about self-isolation, quarantine, infectiousness, and at the moment, more questions about the possibilities of testing and vaccination. The questions can be submitted via email or by telephone call, and we try to give the answers within 24 hours. We are reached from Monday. We can be reached from Monday to Friday, from 9 to 4 p.m. And the promotion of this info service was via homepage, newsletter, social media, articles in mother tongue, print and online media. Another thing we did was to put the information events for newly immigrated Viennese in virtual rooms, so to offer them in rooms like this one here, like Zoom or WebEx. The city of Vienna started to offer information events for newly immigrated people about 15 years ago, or maybe 13 years ago. The aim was that the people get the most possible information about their new life in Austria and in Vienna. And the topics of these information are about profession, about recognition of qualifications from abroad, about residence matters, about living together, about mentality, about healthcare, education, housing, about working environment, business startups. So this moved from the physical rooms into the virtual world. Likewise, what our department is offering, event series and information series and workshop series that we are offering, moved to the virtual spaces as well, like Zoom and WebEx, like the thing we do here. And these event series are in German. For example, about intercultural communication and conflict management, about religious freedom, asylum law, flight and trauma in times of COVID-19, or extremism and fanatism. We have a small online seminar team that organizes this, which didn't exist before the first lockdown in March 2020. Then with a big wave of refugees coming to Europe and Vienna 2015 and 2016, we started with conversation cafes. These are open coffee shop-like rooms where people who want to improve their language skills, their German language skills, can come and talk to German native speakers, and through conversation learn the language better. This also moved from real places to virtual rooms. There about 3 or 4 times a week, our department is organizing such coffee shops, conversation cafes, and up to 6 persons can talk to one native speaker and practice the German language. Then you see the principle, all the things that we used to do physically in physical rooms moved to virtual rooms. We have all the networking and information exchange events we used to organize are now organized in virtual rooms. For example, a group of Turkish-speaking women or a group of Arabic-speaking women are doing the things they did before in the virtual rooms. It's not the same, but it's better than nothing. So this can be said always. It was better to stay connected and to communicate with the people in physical rooms, but for us, it's like the help to stay in contact, not to lose the contact during this social distancing in the pandemic. Our department the Viennese Department for Integration and Diversity has a Facebook page, which is called Start Wien. And on this Facebook page, we started with spring 2020 to give lectures from experts, to give information to the foreigners in the city or to the foreign-speaking Viennese about different fields like medicine, education, law, and economy in different languages. Those expert talks or live talks are broadcasted live via the Facebook page and published also there. So there was, for example, a lecture about school start and Corona in Arabic, in Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian, and in Turkish. Then there was one about business founding and business support in Vienna in Turkish. Then general information about COVID-19 in Turkish. The presentation of the Vienna Business Agency in Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian, and so on. These are only examples. So we try to give the information that the people need, be it actual information about COVID-19, but life goes on, so it goes there the other information as well that we would give to them if there wasn't a pandemic. And last but not least, we try to stay in contact with the people we already know, or we met during the social distancing in the last year in the digital world. We try to stay in contact with them via email, telephone, SMS, and other messenger services. That's what we always did, but in the time before, and we hope in a time that soon will come, again, we will talk to them personally also. And this is about it. So you see, we did a digitalization. The digitalization in our department improved very much, and it wouldn't have improved that much if the pandemic wouldn't have come to Europe. So thank you. This is all of my presentation.
Veľmi pekne pánovi Berahovi z mesta Viedeň.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beraha from Vienna. When I invited you to this conference, I asked you to present innovative forms of communication with foreigners during the pandemic, but I had really no idea that in 2020 you came up with so many ways how to replace the personal contact in an online environment. And we will move on to the example from Prague, presented by Mr. Janošek, who will share with us how the city of Prague communicates with its citizens and what forms they employ.
Dobrý den, zdravím vás, děkuji, doufám, že mě slyšíte a já jdu rovnou.
Good afternoon, I will share my screen with you. And here I will talk about the awareness of foreigners in Prague. It is a strategic target, and I will also talk about the institutional context and stakeholders. Of course, our main information channel, our communication channels, and good practices and targets for the future. So the awareness, as I mentioned earlier, is our top priority in the integration of foreigners in accordance with the concept of integration, governmental principle of integration. From our point of view, awareness includes rights and obligations, general awareness, some available services, also some active, some public affairs in Prague and in the entire Czech Republic. Of course, the goals of awareness are clear as well. So it's being independent and familiar with the rights and duties, engaged in social in public affairs. So this participation of citizens in the public affairs is crucial, and the relationships between the majority and the foreigners is really vital, and foreigners need to know how to engage and how to participate in public affairs. And recently we've seen that among the communities the interest is growing, the interest of participating is growing, but of course they need information how to start. The informational context is very complex. So there are many channels on the governmental level in Prague. It's the municipality of Prague. There are many NGOs as well, and the integration organization, and there are many others active in boroughs or at the national level, and the information to be shared, and we have to find new ways of communication and cooperation and synergies, and put emphasis also on the financial support from the ministry. Now I will move on to our communication channels and means of communication. We have a booklet available. Prague is our home, and it's just quite short. Includes information about life situations, about Prague, some contact details, etc. And it copies the contents of the Prague, the grand metropolis for everyone, which is also a Facebook page. I would like to underscore also the Prager app developed and maintained by the Integration Center Prague, which corresponds with the booklet I mentioned, but it's also it's more interactive, so to speak. There are many maps and practical information in more languages, and it's a digital tool, a digital guide to help the foreigners. In terms of awareness, the cooperation with the boroughs and the Integrational Center is also crucial, and NGOs as well. There are many of them in Prague, and the intercultural work is growing in importance, and this work needs to be also part of, needs to be one of the means how to integrate this in the offices as well, and a subsidy scheme, how to support activities and NGOs is also worth mentioning, also considering the intercultural work, so drafting some materials. This is a sample from our booklet about Prague. So there are 5 languages available. We have English, Ukrainian, Russian, and Vietnamese. So this is Vietnamese on the screen. It's the organization about helping to prevent domestic violence, and so it's not only about integration. We are really talking or focusing on transportation, crisis situations, and many aspects of life. Here is a visual of the Prager app maintained by the Integration Center Prague, and we also financially contribute to the maintenance of the app. And this is the main activity of ours: Facebook page, Prague, the grand metropolis for everyone. Launched in 2000, the website launched in 2018, in Facebook in 2019. We have more than 5,000 followers. And these are channels intended for foreigners, especially. But on the website, experts can also find some materials, and the majority as well. There are some stories about foreigners. And here is the content of Prague Metropolis for everyone, also available in 5 languages, the same as for the booklet. And there is a large amount of information available considering residents, check classes, and some contact details for NGOs. And we are also talking or focusing on public affairs, maybe practical information. And these are not only so-called integration actions, but a regular what's happening in the city, because we do not want to exclude only some topics. We want to inform about what's happening, what's new in Prague, also integration and projects in the spotlight. The Facebook also has some challenges. it's not really easy to grasp how to work with it. We are also now moving our website to a better environment. So there are some technical difficulties which are not related only to the transition of the website. Awareness is, of course, the key to be shared on other platforms. So the awareness of NGOs, municipalities, etc., raises, and so we could employ more channels. Here is one of the visuals for, and here you can see the multilingualism of this website. This is a sample from our flyer, where you can also find some basic information. Here is a print screen picture. Here are some print screen pictures with the tabs. What do you divide it according to what foreigners need to deal with? So we are trying to systematically develop the structure. We have some events and news as well. And this is our Facebook group, where we share the content published on the website, or intended only for Facebook. And so these are good also examples of good practices. On the right side, you see that the borough Prague 11 or district Prague 11 has its own Facebook page for the Vietnamese community. So this means the districts some of the districts are very innovative, and the Facebook communication is really crucial to them also. And the Vietnamese community in this district is very strong, and they are also used to communicate via Facebook. So this is also one of the good examples I wanted to share with you. Good practices, and our goals for the future is sharing the best practices among stakeholders, NGOs, the district, Ministry of Interior Affairs. They all create materials, they provide information. Considering one more thing, considering the pandemic, what was really crucial was our website, because if we share the information only through NGOs, we translated all this information in on our website and make them accessible to the districts of Prague, because there was a large amount of information, and also the translation was quite exhausting. But it was proved that the synergy was really good. We also work with the Innovation Center, which creates a COVID handbook, which informs on the latest restrictions or measures. We certainly want to develop the online tools and make it available, also make the offices also make them online, and have some booklets and materials available for the foreigners to be accessible to the broadest in the broadest way possible. We also are inspired by Brno, for instance. This is because they are also really good in raising awareness. The question is whether we will be able to launch our own information campaign or create some welcome package for the newcomers. I think this will really help us. So that was it from Prague. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Ešte raz poďakovať všetkým našim panelistom a panelistkám za to, že zdieľali s nami dobré praxe, ktoré verím, že budú aj pre iné samosprávy inšpiráciou. Žiaľ, nemáme už zvyšný čas na to, aby sme zodpovedali dve otázky, ktoré nám prišli na slajdo, ale ako sme už hovorili včera, tak my si tie otázky a hlavne odpovede na ne spíšeme a budeme ich s vami zdieľať cez sociálne siete. Takže ešte raz vám všetkým veľmi pekne ďakujem. Nás čaká ešte záver dnešného programu a síce časť o výzvach a odporúčaniach, ako ďalej v oblasti integrácie cudzincov na miestnej úrovni. Ja o chvíľu odovzdám slovo mojej kolegyni Baši Mešovej do štúdia v Bratislave. Medzi tým by som vás, milé účastníčky a účastníci, chcela poprosiť o vyplnenie takého krátkeho prieskumu ohľadne tejto konferencie, tak ja poprosím réžiu, aby nám ho zazdieľala a budem veľmi rada, ak vyjadríte váš názor. Nech sa páči.
Tak príjemné popoludne. Tešíme sa, že ste s nami vydržali až do finále, kde sa práve teraz nachádzame. Toto bude záverečná časť dnešnej konferencie. Verím, že ste vypočuli veľa zaujímavých príspevkov, počuli sme o rôznych inšpiratívnych príkladoch, ktoré sa už implementujú dnes. Zachytili sme aj množstvo víziev, ktoré nás čaká v budúcnosti. Jedným z cieľov projektu bolo aj prinášať rôzne tieto inšpirácie a takisto inšpirácie zo zahraničia, ale tiež bolo zachytávať aj také tie skúsenosti a zistenia na miestnej úrovni, ktoré by mohli byť práve inšpiráciou pre centrálne politiky, ktoré vytvárajú v značnej miere podmienky práve pre samosprávy, aby mohli tieto rôzne odporúčania alebo výzvy, ktoré nás čakajú, uplatniť aj do reality. Takže vedľajším produktom nášho projektu KapaCITY boli aj určité odporúčania, ktoré sme si dovolili zhrnúť a ktoré nám potom tak trošku aj pomáhali počas trvania projektu s pripomienkovaním rôznych politík a zákonov, čo bolo tiež jednou z aktivít, kde sme sa snažili práve tie skúsenosti, zistenia, poznatky od samospráv premietnúť aj na centrálnu úroveň. Aby som ešte dodala, ten prieskum, ktorý sa týka konferencie, ešte stále beží, takže aj počas tejto záverečnej časti konferencie ho kľudne môžete v rámci webináru na aplikácii Zoom vyplniť. Ja zatiaľ teda budem hovoriť o tom, aké boli tieto záverečné nejaké naše odporúčania, ktoré budú zhrnuté aj v záverečnej publikácii. To by som teda ešte rada povedala na záver, že toto je to, čo nás ešte čaká. Posledný mesiac, marec, posledný mesiac projektu. Budeme finalizovať záverečnú publikáciu. Mnohí z vás sa už prihlásili, že by mali o ňu záujem. Budeme ju rozposielať v tlačenej podobe, čiže tí, ktorí nás počúvate a budete mať záujem o to, aby sa k vám dostala, tak nám potom ešte avizujte, ak ste to už tak neurobili. Čo sa týka tých záverečných teda nejakých našich odporúčaní vo vzťahu k vytvoreniu lepších podmienok budúcnosti pre samosprávy, by som poprosila režiu, aby mi otvorila moju prezentáciu. Ďakujem. Myslím, že teda skúsime toto zázračné zariadenie. No, myslím, že my to asi... Aha, dobre, výborne. Čiže keď sa teda rozprávame o nejakých práve tých podmienkach, ktoré by bolo potrebné vytvoriť pre samosprávy, aby to možno do budúcna bolo lepšie, samosprávy samozrejme operujú v právnom rámci a v takomto rámci politík, ktoré sú vytvárané migračnou a integračnou politikou. Na druhej strane, ako sme dneska rozprávali možno pri téme komunikácie s verejnosťou, dosť často to rámcujú aj politici, či na tej centrálnej úrovni, ako vôbec prebieha celkovo diskurs o téme migrácia a integrácie cudzincov, čiže aj to môže samosprávam vytvárať určité podmienky, takže aj v tomto smere by určite bolo vhodné nejaké zlepšenie, ale myslím, že tak ako sme sa bavili na tej miestnej úrovni, je možné k tomu pristúpiť aj samostatným spôsobom a riešiť to oveľa ľahšie. Takisto je ten právny rámec a rôzne legislatívy v oblasti pobytu cudzincov a v rôznych oblastiach, ktoré súvisia s integráciou cudzincov. Veľmi dôležité, až bolo to tu niekoľkokrát skloňované počas celého trvania konferencie, je vytvorenie nejakých personálnych kapacít a finančných kapacít pre samosprávy, aby mohli tie odporúčania.
We have to create conditions and circumstances in order to improve the conditions for the integration of foreigners so that it could be implemented. So we cannot forget to mention the issue of funding. So let's get back to the previous slide. That's the field of funding. That means the implementation of the integration policy. Unfortunately, it's not supported financially, and it perhaps has to deal with the funding of municipalities and funding from local taxes. So as to the recommendations, first of the most important recommendation is to set up and to develop an immigration office. Is of course one of the possibilities on how to include the topic of the integration of foreigners at the central government level, because we lack this kind of office. I think that the policies has quite moved forward, but we do not analyze all the measures. So it's important that if municipalities are about to adopt all the measures, that they have a quite clear signal at central level. Then, the possibility of setting up, of developing a national information platform in order to give information to foreigners. We have already discussed it during the previous panel. If we are saying that municipalities are have to give this information, it would be quite a good idea to develop a national information platform in order to share all the information concerning the central government level or government central policies, so that they can provide information in a reliable form in several languages, so that the municipalities can use it, and foreigners can go to the first point of first contact point, so that they can find reliable sources and reliable information. Then we have to receive data on foreigners living in the Slovak Republic of higher quality. Now it is centralized by one office. It can be, by several offices. It can be the foreign office, the foreign police, and then the labor office, and the Ministry of Education. These are the institutions that analyze and gather information about all the foreigners living in Slovakia. But it should be a good idea to have the possibility that these databases or lists of information would be shared between the municipalities and other institutions, so that our municipalities could have a good pool of data about the foreigners living in the Slovak Republic. It also has to do with the current, with the census of inhabitants of the Slovak Republic currently, which is currently ongoing, so that all nationals and foreign nationals who live in our cities could have access to this information and data. Next slide, please. Now we are talking about funding. The most important thing in this sense is, and we would recommend that, we have been talked about it with our partners within this project, and with the Union of Slovak Towns and Municipalities. In several years ago, we contacted the Ministry of the Interior, because we gave them recommendations about the implementation of several national projects. What would be the most ideal priorities? So these priorities could give us more space, could give more space for municipalities for the implementation of programs and several strategies. Yesterday it was also mentioned, and Mr. Janošek has also mentioned it today, and yesterday, and Lenka Šafranková from Brno also mentioned it yesterday. I think in the Czech Republic it was also very important, a first step to initiate this. The Interior Ministry of the Czech Republic decided that part of the funding was devoted and was given to municipalities, so that they can manage their own projects at local level. I think there is some space for the implementation of projects at the level of municipalities, as regards the promotion of communication campaigns, learning of the Slovak language, and visions for the future. So we need funding for that. This has to do with the future as regards the funding of the program in the field of asylum, migration, and the European Social Fund. I have already mentioned it. The immigration policy is not funded in a general way. So maybe the central government could take this into consideration, so that the measures that have to be implemented are also funded and supported financially, so that the municipalities can carry them out. It is quite often that third country nationals are excluded for several reasons, so that they are not included in several programs. When we are talking about the integration of foreigners, we have to think about third country nationals and not only of EU nationals. When we are many problems arise several times, because at the level of municipalities we have to take care of elderly people, because many times our municipalities manage old people's home, so they always say that the financing is insufficient. We have a shortage of carers, and we have a shortage of health professionals. So at the central government level, I think our country should adopt a program or a project so that Slovakia could be also an interesting country for these professionals like healthcare professionals or carers who are really needed in Slovakia. Next slide, please. Yesterday we started to talk about this topic, and Dasha said that who is really an inhabitant of a municipality. It includes also foreigners with permanent residence, but also foreigners with temporary residence take part in municipality public affairs. So I think that the definition of an inhabitant could be broadened and could include foreigners with temporary residence, because foreigners with temporary residence, they have only residence in another state, another country. Foreigners with temporary residence are not entitled to obtain permanent residence in Slovakia. So that's why one of the alternatives could be the adoption of the institute of center of interest. Wherever you live, wherever your financial interest is, there is the center of your interest. Sometimes it depends on the place of residence of a foreigner, and therefore foreigners with temporary residence have more difficult access to parking lots or to kindergarten, etc. Despite the fact that these foreigners are also taxpayers, this could be one of the options on how municipalities could broaden their financial capacities so that they can include several categories of inhabitants. So there can be they could calculate the amount of taxes paid on a certain in a certain area. I'm always saying I'm always referring to foreigners with temporary residence because they reside temporarily on the territory of certain municipality. When we are talking about the amount of inhabitants, we always take into account only permanent residents. Also, foreigners, although foreigners with temporary residence, they also can create some kind of burden because they can have children that need to go to kindergarten. They can be elderly children they can be elderly people over 62. So they depend on the provision of social services. When we calculate the final source of income, we can take into account, for instance, children that need to be they are dependent or on their parents.
Considering the recommendations, it would really help if we could improve the legal framework of supporting services, improving the conditions for municipalities to provide services also to citizens from abroad. Community interpretation is one of them, or intercultural mediation. The interpretation is not recognized in the laws as a social service, and of course foreigners reach the age of elderly people and they require these services. The question of institutionalization of community interpretation is also important in the Act on experts, translators and interpreters. It is defined, but we are missing laws or regulations for the ad hoc interpreters so they could provide community interpretation, and this legal framework would help the municipalities regulate and to make budgets for creation of resources to provide community interpretation if they want to provide information to the foreigners. and the institutionalization of the profession or occupation of cultural mediator, because we've discussed how important their role and their engagement is. But this is not; it is an unrecognized profession. It's it would be really essential to institutionalize them and give them a job description and to include them in the system of professions and the qualification system, which would enable the municipalities to include culture mediators or cultural mediation in their budgets. Schools are also a very important place of integration, and it would be very beneficial if the government could take a closer look and consider whether the children from abroad with a different mother tongue than Slovak language, to introduce so-called assistants, teachers' assistants for children and foreigners. A very interesting model can be found in the Czech Republic. And some recommendations are related also to foreigners being victims of crimes, hatred crimes, discrimination crimes. And we have recommendations also in this area, but I would like to move on to the next slide. And one of the areas is the exploitation, and where the labor force, the workforce from abroad are victims of exploitation, and they do not have sufficient information about their rights, how employees, about their employment, about the employment relationships in the Slovak Republic. So this is also a room for improvement. And last but not least, the standardization of exams from Slovak language, because the exam of Slovak language skills is required as well, but the regulation in the Act on Citizen or on Nationality is there's a lack of some standards. What are the standards at the European level, and what standards should be achieved? The history and literature of Slovak Republic is also part of this exam, so we think that it should be considered to unify these requirements, create or draft standardized exams, and at local level, the municipalities could also have or organize classes or Slovak language courses, which would be regulated by common standards and will be connected to the system, which the final point of which is the examination and being awarded the citizenship. So that's why our recommendations, which should affect the central level and also to the central governmental bodies, Ministry of Labor, or maybe some unified authority, the Immigration Office, which would cover at central level the issue with integration and migration. This is it from our side, considering that some challenges for the future and recommendations for the state administration. I would like to give the floor to my colleagues who could sum up or evaluate the project and the conference, and at the very end I will close the conference. Thank you for the recommendations and for the summary. In 2016, when the so-called migration crisis, we are not happy to be called crisis, we took some of the Slovak mayors to German cities to see how Germans managed this situation. And the mayors of German cities told us that integration is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And the most important thing is to start, and to the expectations were not that in a year all the migrants will be will enter the labor market. But I was looking at the stats recently, and 55,000 migrants is studying right now at universities in Germany. I think that not only at this our final conference, but after the 3 years of our project, we are now at the start, and we went. So we did a few kilometers in this marathon, and what I think is the most important, but still it's a long run. And what's the problem is that there is no target, there is no end to this long run. But maybe that's the best thing about it, that it's there's no final point, but it's an exciting way, or exciting. It's an exciting to be part of it and to take this long run. So we've also learned a lot from the project, and we continue working with the municipalities and with continue working with municipalities. Thank you very much. What I would like to point out is that Marginal specialized in the human rights and the social area in this project. And what's important to realize, what I would like to underscore, is that the foreigners have really specific needs, and we were drafting many strategic materials throughout this project, and we realize maybe a requirement for municipalities is that the specific needs have to be considered when forming new strategic policies, and the foreigners are specific group, and we would like to highlight this as a message to the municipalities. I will follow up on this. In one of the panels, I was saying that migration is very complex term. It's a phenomenon with more layers, and it's really difficult to communicate this topic. And if we make it just in simple terms, then considering the specific needs of foreigners, I think our conference was also dealing with the responses to the needs of foreigners and needs of the citizens or inhabitants of the city, which means to collect data and information we need.
Politiky, že je potreba tvoriť a riešiť.
Local policies are also important to be or have to be made, and have to be. We need strategic approach to the integration of foreigners, and to remember, not forget that we need one policy at the central level. So that these are policies. The third thing is participation. When talking about integration or engagement of foreigners, we have some needs. That there are some needs, and we also want foreigners to be part of the cities, and to be part in shaping the identity of cities, and to give to react on our policies and whether they are properly formed. And proactive communication is another point. So we cannot be afraid to communicate this topic. The cities are becoming more diverse, and the diverse groups have to be communicated proactively, not reactively. So that means provide information in advance in order to be able to communicate or discuss with the locals this information. And The last point is providing information to the specific groups, not only communicate about them, but communicate with them. So in a targeted way. And one more thing, what we try to do in our project is to take inspiration from abroad. So this we have to keep ourselves inspired from sources of inspiration. Maybe it could be just the neighboring municipality or someone who has a longer tradition of integration, or maybe it took a long way to achieve the status where the municipality is right now. Maybe it wasn't really that easy to achieve because COVID also caused many problems, and we tried, and I think conference is also approved. We tried to find new inspirations in Prague as well, from Brno, Austria, and to implement them at local level. So I believe this is inspirational. I am very happy that and I hope that all this information and experience we were shared with our participant in a clear way. Yes, I thank you. It was really great to work with all of you. It was really unique project where four NGOs got together and with a different area of expertise. And here in this project, we joined to find a new ally. And I'm glad that municipalities were recently, the municipalities are becoming our partners, reliable partner in terms of integration. I'm also very happy that we made a survey where the municipalities could help us with the difficult question to take some people from, or to receive some third country nationals as migrants, because they might be they live in tremendous in bad conditions because they are freezing. They have problems, and the reactions from municipalities were very positive. And despite the times where only pandemic is the hot topic, and when we need to protect our own families, in this situation, we also received very pleasant feedback from municipalities who are self-confident that they are able to take care of their citizens, not also foreign, also foreigners, and that they can broaden this humanity beyond the boundaries, and to give it also to those who need it the most. So these are my final words, and I would like to thank my colleagues as partners in this project, all the coordinators from municipalities. There were many of them throughout the project, the coordinators who were with us in the municipalities, and they were the intermediary and enabled the contact, our contact with the municipalities. I would like to thank the management of the municipalities Trnava, Banská Bystrica, Bratislava, Košice, self-governing region. I would like to thank the Union of Cities of Slovakia, which helped us also, provided a service for us to share the findings and outcomes of the project to other municipalities and to the largest cities in Slovakia, which also realized that there's the number of foreign citizens is increasing. I would like to thank all the panelists as well, all the speakers, all our foreign guests, and to all of you who were listening to the conference to the very end. Maybe there are fewer of us now, but in the point of time there were more than 100 people as attendees, and some of them were only participating in some of the panels. So we try to do it in a more interesting way, to have some videos available and presented and we try to make it more comfortable by being in the studio. Some of us here, some of the panelists, of course, need to be in their homes. Thank you very much to the technical staff. And I cannot, I must say, I also have to thank the interpreters who I believe are still interpreting right now. And my pace and Nina's pace, which could be really a challenge for them. So I would like to thank them as well. And our the Ministry of Interior Affairs and European Union, our main partners, and which co-funded 75% of this project from the Fund for Asylum, Migration and Integration, Fund for Outer Borders. I would like to also greet my Zuzana Kazimierova, our financial coordinator, who was really essential to organize the conference, and she also contributed to this to organization of this conference. And this premises where we find ourselves right now is very very comfortable and good. It's very nice to see. And Nová Cvernovka, where we also have our registered office right now, and we also were able to use the premises of the Atelier Spotlight here in Nová Cvernovka. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a nice afternoon. And thank you, Baška, also for moderating the conference. And so many thanks. I'm not sure whether we thank to the foreigners. Okay, so thank you, dear foreigners, who are our inspiration and are the drivers of our work. And it was proved that it's the integration. The integration is there are more sides to integration. So thank you again.